Good morning and welcome to Foothills County Council meeting for June 10th, 2026. Call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. First up is approval of agenda. Anybody like to give me a motion to approve the agenda for this morning? Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to our round table. Councillor Kendall, do you have anything for our departments this morning?
I don't think at the moment, but I might think of something later. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills County. Official duties last week were fair and far between. It's not a committee report. Do I have anything for, roundtable? Right.
Yeah, for the department.
No, I have nothing.
It's a little bit rainy out and our brains are foggy. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. I have nothing to add to today's conversation. Thank you.
Deputy Reevol.
Just a couple things. I just like to thank all the departments for, there's so much going on in Division 4. So you guys are awesome for all the things you're taking care of there. And then also thank you to our Public Works and Assistant Stanley and her department, and also the councillors who did attend the Diamond Valley Parade just to represent Foothills County there. So just thank you to everybody. I know everyone takes a lot of time to get those things in place, but really there is a lot in Division 4. So thanks for that. And here's one for maybe a takeaway for next week, if it's a possibility. I continue to drive by the Tosh Pit and just wondering if you can give us an update on what's happening there on the reclamation. So I won't ask for the answer today, but perhaps next week, as just in the same session at the beginning, just to hear what you're doing there. It looks like it's well underway, and it'd be nice to know how that's going. Thank you. That's everything.
Okay, for myself, the only thing I had, I guess for Manager Cornelson, got a call this morning, 6:30 a.m. from an Alberta government person. I didn't know they ever started that early. So the base product for strychnine has landed in Canada, finally, at long last. Should be loaded onto trucks today or tomorrow, or load onto trucks today and arriving at the plant in Regina either Thursday or Friday this week. So it should be remanufactured and sent out, expected mid to late next week. So just a couple of points. I asked about access to the list in terms of who's done the course, and she said it's available on SharePoint, but there are municipalities having trouble. So if you can't get on it, can't access that, you could just call Carrie Ann and she can do a one-off or whatever needs to be done. So the other thing, the June 15th cutoff for application is no longer. You know about that? So I mean, that was communicated in the course, I believe, but it's no longer part of the label. So there is some more flexibility there. And that was all I had. So hopefully we are ready next week.
Yeah, we'll be ready.
Okay. I question how much good is going to do at this point in time. I mean, it's very late in the season, but it's good to be ready. That's all I had. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and good morning, Foothills County. I don't have anything to report for Division 2, but I was made aware, or it was brought to my attention, that there's been quite a number of inquiries about the fiber optic line, where it's at, if people are going to be able to access it, and perhaps a little bit of the cleanup of having the line put in. So I'm wondering if we could get a bit of an update on that. Thank you.
Go ahead, CO Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills. We actually had a meeting here last week, Director Kruger, myself, and our IT manager, Mr. Jacobson. The project out to the landfill itself for Foothills Fiber is virtually complete. I believe there's a few last steps to be completed there. And we will be coming forward to council in the next couple of weeks. The plan is to be into council before summer if all the stars align, with some options for council to consider extending beyond just the landfill to some of the residential areas beyond the landfill, as well as east of Highway 2. And then there's a little bit of a longer term vision that our IT department has also put together for council's consideration, looking multiple years out and what we might be able to do in expanding that fiber network out to additional customers. So I won't share anything beyond that because there's still details to be worked out, but something will be coming to council shortly.
Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you to the chair. Good morning, Foothills. Through the chair to ASB, 'tis the season. Kind of curious what town of Okotoks response is for their black hen bane. I was out and dug all mine up, so I hope they'll get out there and do something about the black hen bane on the right of way before it all goes to seed and multiplies. And then leafy spurge is looking alive and well, and that would be on the berm from 2 years ago at 552 and 48th Street. And that'll end up being Volker Steven, but I've also noticed that it's getting really close in the ditch there on the 552, getting into the creek on 48th Street, which I'd really hate to see happen. And outside of noxious weeds this morning, I think that's all I have. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair to council, we are currently spraying problem areas. But yeah, if I could get, I'll take a look at those areas you just mentioned and make sure that we're taking care of them.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll go to our department, starting Mr. McLean. Any updates you got for us this morning?
Good morning, Foothills Council. So through the chair to council regarding Tosh Pits, the work is still ongoing. We're actually kind of doing water management and getting it to dry out. Currently, the crew's focused on getting reclamation done on Dunn Pit, and that should be complete at the end of the month. And other than that, the crews have been running around patching soft spots from the rain, the gravel roads. We've done patching on 722 Avenue, south of Cayley, and it will be on the re-gravel list too for later this summer. And that's all I have. I will have a couple of items to present to council on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Manager Allard.
Good morning, Council. I'm just here to give a quick update on the FC Connect and our 311 software. I'm sure you know it's live on the website, so it's been super successful so far. We have well over 200 submissions in a few months, so it's being used, especially with not advertising it a whole lot with our soft launch there. But I do want to give you an update on the app portion of that. So when I brought it in before, we decided on FC Connect as our Foothills County app. So that would have been searchable in the App Store. And unfortunately, we've had quite a few delays with Apple. So things that are out of our control totally, and with the Apple app developers. So what I have done is switched our service with the app to See-Click Fix, and it's going to go through their branded app. So at least we have some sort of app portion to be using in the meantime. Still working on it with Apple, but I just thought we could at least use some sort of app portion to get it going and push it that way. We'll keep you updated on the Apple side of that. But again, encourage everyone to use it. It certainly helps with education as well, and we'll be pushing that out further now with social media and websites and QR codes and App Store and everything like that. So just an update on that. I also want to give you guys an update on tariffs and what you might be seeing on some of the invoices that come through AP. So in our department, we've really noticed an increase in price. And tariffs are being split out on some invoices and they're not on others. So it's super hard for us to track kind of what those increases are. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. We are trying to track them in our budget, but sometimes they're being absorbed in the cost of parts. And it's just the reality, I guess, but just a quick update that we are tracking them and we will be looking added for next year's budget for sure. So those are my updates. Thanks.
Thank you. Manager Cornelson.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Foothills County. And so you heard the thing about the strychnine. We have a list. We can access the SharePoint there. So I have a list of 40 producers who have finished the training. So Rob, you're on there, and Alan is on there. And so I don't know if that the list is probably changes from day to day, but they always upload it. So I'll take another look today. And we hired for the Ag Services Coordinator position. We have an accepted letter there, so he'll be starting next week. So it's kind of exciting. And the guys are starting to mow the ROW right now, so they're out there currently. Yeah, we're spraying too when it's not raining, and that's all I have for today. And I guess I've got an agenda item too coming up. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Director Porter.
Morning, Reeve. Morning, Council. Just a couple of things for Council this morning. Today at 11 o'clock, we'll be doing the Champion Park inspection with the two Knowlton daughters in that of the park. As you know, Gerald Knowlton passed away in that this past winter, so this will be the first time without his input into the inspections. Also wanted to give a shout out to Director Hemingway, and that we had the ribbon cutting for the Tenfold sponsorship building naming rights at the Alderside Fieldhouse, or Tenfold Fieldhouse now. And it was kind of a mystery to us in that how this individual and that came to be in that and became interested in the field house, and through discussions at the ribbon cutting ceremony, and that it was revealed that Director Hemingway was key in mentioning in that in other business that was being done that we were looking for a sponsor, and it came to fruition. So we thank you, and the area thanks you for that. So, and that's all I had today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And yes, a very big thank you. Director Solney.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. Just a quick update on our fire risk status. Currently, the county is at an advisory. However, you Council should see an email recommending a removal of restrictions in the county today. Our regional partners, Rocky View has no restrictions. Wheatland County has no restrictions. Willow Creek has no restrictions, and Vulcan County is still showing an advisory. Calgary Forestry wildfire danger is low with no restrictions in place. So as usual, we'll continue to monitor conditions and make further recommendations as needed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Deputy Director Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. I have no updates this morning.
Okay. Director Kruger, did you have any updates for us this morning as you pass the mic off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just received word this morning that the Blackie bulk fill is operational. So we were able to get it to 9.7 liters per second, which is about 150 gallons per minute. So quick work there. Appreciate it. We will, Foreman Chandro is working on getting communications out. So that should be either today or tomorrow, just to let residents know about that. Upgrade there. Dunbow Roundabout. The TELUS design work's well underway. Should be completed here within the next week or two, hopefully, and then construction. Moving the lines there. Just an update on ATCO too. So where we're at right now is ATCO won't give us a temporary crossing agreement until we have the permanent crossing agreement in place. So meetings ongoing this week on that one. And in Cayley, hopefully at the end of the week, all the services will be installed and backfilling complete. That's all I have in open. Thank you. Oh, and I'd just like to let council know too that Ian McLean has been promoted to the manager of operations as of this past Monday. So congratulations. Thank you.
And now he gets to be in the hot seat even more. Mr. Municipal Advisor Eva Cameron, any updates for us?
Good morning, Council and Foothills So with respect to pipe D, we finally have pricing that will be presented on next week's agenda for council to consider award of a contract. The only so just a little heads up, we ran into a situation where materials have become very expensive. So pipe, HDPE pipe, which is made in Edmonton with resin from United States, is more than doubled in price. So it's 2.5 times more. So that's one of the shockers in there. But we've have the grant agreement. On the good note, we have the grant agreement with the province. CAO has signed it, and we'll return it to them. And so that's good news. Everything else on the projects is proceeding slowly, I would say, but maybe fast for other people, but slow for me. I don't believe I have anything else for council.
Thank you very much. With that, unless you have anything on the agenda for us, thank you all for coming and we appreciate it. I realize most of you do have something on here, so we will get to them. Let's go to page 4 of our agenda. Manager Cornelson, did you have anything to add for us this morning?
Thank you. No, just to accept that bylaw for second and third reading today. And essentially the county has been acting like that is like it has been a bylaw the last number of years. For whatever reason, I couldn't find the paper trail to make it official. So this will make it official now. The province has looked at it and signed it. And so all those little things that are done. So now we can fully operate with a wild caraway as a noxious weed in Foothills County. So, yeah.
Okay, and I see the province has signed off on it and good with it. So
That's right.
I would look for second reading. Councillor Estes gives us that. I don't see any further questions. All in favor of second reading? Motion carries. And third from Councillor Callister. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we can deal with the black henbane and leafy spurge. B2, 160 Street West, 306 Avenue West, request for extension of dust control, page 10 of our agenda. Manager McLean.
Yes, good morning, council. So this request is actually for additional dust control without the scope of our normal policy and program. So it's at 160th Street West and 306 Avenue West. That is just going to be east of Millerville and 549. So they received a request that they're wanting to extend the connected spot treatments on 160th Street and 306. It will be going west on 306 for approximately 600 meters. Currently, there's about 1,000 meters of connected existing spot treatment. So they would like access that's not dusty going to Highway 549. And also they have maybe noticed that cuts down on gravel road maintenance. So they're just wondering if we can provide this extra 600 meters. So the request with council is that council approve an additional 600 meters of dust control spot treatment running west of 160th Street West on 306 Ave to the intersection of Highway 549 at the county's expense, or the council deny the request for an extension of dust control spot treatment running west on 160th Street to 306 Ave at the county's expense, noting the additional dust control spot treatment may be requested at the resident's own cost in accordance with our dust control policy.
Thank you for that. So the cost would be, and Public Works perspective on this would be?
For an additional 100 meters, the cost is $1,200 for a resident if they're requesting additional. So this will be the 600 meters.
That's an annual expense?
Correct.
My thing says Deputy Mayor Gordon, but I believe it would be Deputy Reeve Owl.
Retro to yesterday's meeting, hey, with Diamond Valley. Diamond Valley, you are remembered today, just saying it. And I have a request as well in my area to consider something like this. It just hasn't come forward yet. So it's brought about a few questions about how the billing would occur, as well as the number of residents served, and could it be done as a trial? Could it be a partial payment? So there's a few questions that come out in terms of how we may consider this, and could it be done for 1 year to try it out? That, a number of different ideas are coming forward. And so I think this fits here too, to ask a few questions. And one is, you mentioned that it was already placed on about a kilometer's worth. And would you be able to say how many residents that are being served by that? By this road in this area? Is there quite a few? Is it like a feeder road as well?
It is a straight through road. There'd probably be about half a dozen residents that would use this on the south side. And then there's probably another half dozen to 10 residents on the north side of the road.
And is this a witness that they're sharing that it's extremely dusty in this location, that the other part's not necessarily effective, but this is something that would add, I guess, reduction in the billowing of the dust? Is that what they're saying?
Yes, correct. And it also is a main commuter route for most of the traffic, since it's direct access to 549.
Okay. Okay. So it might be interesting for us to consider maybe a trial on it. And I guess the question is, do they pay, or do they partially pay, or do we pay? So either way, we have to approve it, because even if they pay, we still have to approve it. And then the question is, I guess last question to you is, do we have a method for them to pay? How do we collect if we ask for some portion thereof, or some individual says, hey, I want to pay the whole thing? How do we do that collection? Do we write a bill to them?
There actually is a form, and they will pay here like at the office, and then we'll catalog the form and put it on the request thing. So a couple of residents have actually paid already for additional dust control, whether it's 100 meters. So it's made out to the county, and then we'll catalog it and add it to the list.
And did this particular resident offer payment?
No.
Okay.
So there is times in the past too where we can connect spot treatments if it helps and makes more sense from a maintenance perspective. It'll be easier with the graders if they don't have several spots of just 100 meters.
And would that fit in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. Counselor for the area is probably wanting to add questions.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the map. And on the east end of 306th Avenue, it looks like the treatment is already there. Obviously, I don't know when this picture was taken, but I don't know where the 600 meters comes from, because if I was going from where the spot treatment looks like it already is, it would only be about 300 meters to 549, but maybe I'm not cluing into the whole picture here.
Yep, that's correct. So the spot treatment does go around the corner at 160th Street and 306, then terminates at the property on the south side. And it is about 600 meters to get to the apron and the mailboxes to connect.
So you're talking for the whole thing?
Yep, west on 306.
That's still 600 meters from what's already there?
Correct.
Okay, wait, I mean, it looks like that the one house is not dust treated in front of the one driveway. I would have no problem doing that in front of their house, but
That shop there with the driveway, the one that's furthest west, we could reach out to the resident. They have not made a request. This has been the residents that live on 160th Street further north. Yeah.
So that farthest west property, that's just a shop. It's not a house there.
Correct.
So if this if this qualified as being just a short distance, that would make sense. Like you would have flexibility outside of a council resolution to go ahead and do this if it was a case of such a short distance and from maintenance standpoint. Okay. But you're not viewing it that way, hence why the request today. Okay. Anybody else? So the request from the resident is to dust control the whole thing. So our options would be to approve that or refuse it. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Do we need to perhaps find out if that other resident is wanting to make a request so they get on the team and then decide from there, and then it brings it down to 500 meters, which is a different financial request. So I'm not sure where the council for the area wants to go with it, but the other option is we tried, it's just if the total is $7,200 at this point, are we wanting to do that? We don't have a lot of requests, but often comes when we have a group of residents that get organized. And then if there's operational efficiency and makes sense, we could even do a trial period. So I'm in favor of a trial period, but maybe not overall continuing on a yearly basis. So is that a way to approach it that might be acceptable to councillors and to Public Works?
So whether or not if they paid for it on their own or whether we did it ourselves, like it would be added to the existing spot treatment program going forward.
Okay. Okay.
So a trial is not, it's either yes or no, not a trial.
Well, it's not permanent. It can always go back to gravel quite easily too. Every one of the spot treatments, yeah.
Well, something I've also heard from Public Works is every time you do an application, it gets better and better. Like it performs better and better. So it just adds to the reduction of other types of maintenance as far as I understand.
Correct. If the existing ones, they'll have a lot more residual in them. So it's less applications with the C2024. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's just what I was going to ask, what the evidence is for the dust control actually reducing maintenance. That was my question.
Well, it can reduce maintenance with just normal gravel road grading with loose gravel. It'll keep the aggregate bind it up, yes.
Okay, where do we want to go with this? Deputy Reeve Ohl.
So I'll test a motion to approve, and it looks like 500 meters. Perhaps the other one might be captured within the other person's request, or I guess it'd be maybe a flexibility of 500 to 600 meters. And then if there is some reason to rescind it, perhaps you could bring that to our attention in the future. But because of the operational efficiency, I think that when you come to that cost of operations to move the unit and the amount of people that are using this road is significant, that I would make a motion to move it forward for approval. Thank you.
Okay, we have that motion to approve the request. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not much in this conversation that I agree with. At any rate, I can't speak in favor of the motion unless it is paid for by the residents. It is not a precedence I would like to see set. If those residents would like to contribute that are like that, there is no dust issue here to individuals that are a half a mile up the road. If they would like to contribute and pay for it, I can speak in favor of it. This should not be a Foothills County cost. Thanks.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we go through the numbers again? So you said 1,200 and then Suzanne threw out, or Councillor Ohl, Deputy Reeve Ohl threw out 7,200. Is it 1,200 per 100 meters?
Per 100 meters, yes.
Okay, so it is, and it's 600 meters from the apron to the corner. Okay, so the corner and then going west for, call it 100 meters to that first country residential parcel there, that should be covered. And then the guy with the shop, that should be covered. So like, are we only talking 400 meters? Covered as far as what's allowed under our policies.
Yep, it can be covered if it's a resident within a certain setback. So they have to be within 300 meters from the road.
So the first country residential parcel definitely is. I kind of inclined to agree with Councillor McHugh. I think this is dust control was set up to keep kind of the dust out of your yard as opposed to dust off your car, which is where I'm seeing this letter is these people just don't want to come around the corner and then drive on gravel for 400 meters, get the cars all dusty while they get to the highway. So I think I'm kind of agreeing that we're setting a precedent here that we'll get more asked for this kind of coverage. That's it, and it's a fairly substantial number. Thank you.
Okay, back to you, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, I'd be willing to amend the motion to approve the dust control subject to the residents paying. And it sounds like they might be able to get two more just in that don't have to pay I'm not sure. I'd have to see the records, so you'll have to check the records. So I'm fine with amending that. I just wasn't seeing it moving forward. I was trying to move the item forward.
Okay, so just so if you're going to change the motion to approve it subject to them paying, I mean, that would essentially be a refusal because they can already pay to have it done, correct?
Not on this section. I
And
don't
what
think.
they're asking for is for the county to pay. Am I?
This is a different section. It's not in front of someone's place. Okay, clarifying.
So the second motion is that we deny the request to provide it and that if they're requesting it, they can pay for it.
Okay, so if we deny it, they can still get it at their price.
Yep.
Okay.
So even though it's not in front of their house?
Yep, they can request additional. They can fill out a form.
Okay.
Yep.
So I would just rescind my motion or my resolution that I was proposing. Thank you.
Okay, and I don't see anybody opposed to that rescinding of the motion. Back to you, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Public Works, just to clarify, so that first parcel, the shop one is outside the setback area?
I'd have to measure and double check.
Yeah, it looks like it is. Anyway, okay.
Okay. So there's no motion on the floor. Councillor Kendall.
I would give you the motion to refuse this, given the current conversation. Or B, I guess, that if the resident would like this on the south end of his property. I still only see it as 300 meters. I guess I'm kind of blind, but maybe I don't know
Okay.
what 400 meters is. Thanks.
Okay, so we have the motion to refuse from Councillor Kendall, and that still leaves the options open for the resident. I don't see anybody else. I will call the question. All in favor? That motion carries. Let's go to B3, capital expenditure, request to purchase tablets, page 12 of our agenda. Manager Allard and Manager McLean.
Good morning, Council. This request is to seek approval for Public Works and IT to order 10 tablets to be used in our operations department for field workers to complete documents, timesheets, work order submissions, and everything digital. We did put 20,000 in the 2026 capital budget. We would need 10 tablets for our lead hands to use in the summertime, as some of them don't report to the office and have no access to computers. We have done a trial on the tablets, and the operations supervisors have been happy with them, and same with IT. They have recommended these certain ones. So 10 tablets have been quoted at around $12,000, well under the 20,000 that was budgeted in capital, and just looking for council's approval to order those.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not that I'm concerned about the price, but don't most tablets and phones and everything come with chargers? We've got extra billing here.
Yeah, I guess they just break it out in the quote, but it is all included, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anybody else? Or a motion?
I'll give the motion, Mr. Chair, to approve the request.
Okay, we have the motion from Councillor Alger to approve the request as laid out. All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Let's go to the Terry Fox Ride for Hope 2026 request for use of municipal roads. Item B4 on our agenda. Deputy Director Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item was postponed from last week. We did reach out to the organizers and they provided a copy of the map, the ATEC approval and a copy of the insurance, but we didn't get those documents till just before council started. So we're asking that this item be postponed until next week so that we can provide those documents to council for review prior to discussion.
Okay, so we look for a motion to postpone this item to next week.
Yes.
Okay, from Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. B5, Foothills County Ann and Sandy Cross Conservation Area request to close undeveloped road allowance, page 15 of our agenda. MLA Fowler, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Council. This morning, I'm bringing to you a request to close an undeveloped road allowance. This actually encompasses multiple undeveloped road allowances and road plans within the boundaries of Ann and Sandy Cross Conservation Area. And the request came to us from Alberta Forestry and Parks, as the majority, well, all of Ann and Sandy Cross is co-owned between Alberta Environment and the Ann and Sandy Cross Conservation Area. They wrote in and asked that we review a request to close a whole bunch of roads within the park. And that request came in May. And all they were doing is asking for us to provide comments on this request to close and consolidate the road allowances. It totals about 48.49 acres of road allowance, which is quite significant. We had to look at this and we decided to reply to Alberta Forestry and Parks requesting that they follow our county procedures, which satisfy the requirements as dictated by the MGA regarding closure of road allowances within our municipal boundaries. And we included Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors on our response. ATEC replied clarifying that pursuant to the Highways Development and Protection Act, they can accept Crown land road closure requests directly from Forestry and Parks, circulating the county for referral, which is what they did. And they would also circulate the affected utility companies and landowners themselves, which is what we traditionally do when we circulate these requests for closures. So now that they've responded saying that they could do this directly and kind of circumvent the county and our regular procedures and close them directly, we're just kind of trying to figure out what we want to do, since it does kind of go against our current policies internally. But so we're asking council to make some suggestions, and we've provided a few different motions. The first one would just be to acknowledge this request from Alberta Forestry and Parks. And if we were to do that, then I would just circulate the request internally asking for feedback. I had preliminary feedback from Public Works, and they didn't have any concerns with this directly when you look at it from the lens of, does anybody lose access, or are there any developed areas in here that would be directly affected? And they wouldn't be. There's not any roads in there that we would consider building, but I would circulate the remainder of our ordinary internal list to see if we had any feedback to provide to Alberta Parks. And then another motion that we've recommended could be to direct us to write to the ministry regarding our objection to the proposed road closure on the basis that Foothills County residents have not been provided the opportunity to voice their concerns, or to direct administration to undertake actions as directed by council if you see another path forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation and all the work to put this together. I read carefully the letter from Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors and the application. And to provide a little background, this has been a long-standing hope for the Anne and Sandy Cross Conservation Area who manage the land owned by the province and to achieve this. And apparently it was actually requested in the first donation and that was slipped through the cracks. And they, in the second donation request, that it didn't happen. So they've been trying to achieve this for many, many years for a lot of reasons. So they have a lot of reasons for hoping to close these road allowances, including the trespass, the hunting from the road allowances with rifles now are permitted in the area, high risk of fire, safety, numerous different issues, and consolidating the land into this conservation area, which is owned by the province, and it's not likely to find another purpose. So in their jurisdiction, they have a process which they are really, I guess, presenting to us here, that they have the ability to do that circulation. So in the land, I guess, the consequences of the proposal before us will be undertaken by the province. So they're taking over the responsibility and will take it away from us. So we don't have to be worried that they aren't going to consider the neighbors or that they aren't going to consider other circulations. They will in fact take that all on. So seeing that they are taking on that entire portion of what would have been our responsibility, feel that we can let them take that and run with it. And I also feel like it is an important step for the conservation area due to my longstanding understanding and numerous incidents over the years that have been related to the road allowances. There are no public access road allowances around the area that are being affected by this, only internal road allowances. And the other thing the Anne and Sandy Cross Conservation Area does is it does allow access to anyone who asks for permission, and they work it out and they have arrangements. So any of the neighbors who have wanted to walk on the land or to access it and come on the land, they can get permission. They just need to make that known. And so the conservation area is open 24, well, I guess they don't encourage after dark, but you can park there and get your payment for parking to help support them, but you can walk the property anytime. It's other exceptional uses that have contributed to some of the conflicts that have come throughout the years. So I really believe this is not going to be a challenge. And then if there are any neighbors who want to provide objections, they can provide them directly to the ministries. So it's not taking them out of the equation, which was something that I wanted to make sure would happen. It's just providing the other ministry the responsibility to deal with it. So I'm in favor of acknowledging it, and I guess along with that comes a non-objection. And I don't know if we have to explicitly say that, but I think maybe a statement might be helpful to provide them with that, because they are, you would expect them to follow through with these tasks that they have mentioned that they will do, just to maybe note that they will follow through with the continued circulation, requests for comments, and then also including the neighbors. Because in the past, that's the only thing that I've heard, and it was only one. So maybe they've been satisfied with a private agreement with the Anne and Sandy Cross Conservation Area. And the hunting has not stopped. They actually have a hunting program called Mentored Hunt. So it's not that they are opposed to that. They're working that through a different avenue, as opposed to someone going and putting up a blind in a road allowance and shooting at what might be an already occurring hunting expedition going on the property. So rifle to rifle. So it's a real safety issue. So I would be in favor of option A. And I just wonder, is there any other comments that anyone would like to provide before I move forward with the motion?
Yeah, Municipal Manager Reva Cameron.
Yes, to council, just a little history. So in 2 occasions, council considered and held meetings or hearing regarding the closure of these road allowances, and objections occurred from people who rode horses on the road plans because there's road plans as well as road allowances. So anyway, there were objections, and so council, following their normal practice, where there's objections, the closures did not proceed any further. The minister was advised, well, you have the power if you wish to close them. All the land around it is owned by Alberta Environment. You know, that's up to you. But they've never been, up to this point in time, have never been willing to close them. So I guess we have a little different response from them this time. But that is the history of where the closure sat with former councils, I should say.
Councillor McHugh?
Thank you. And through the chair to Manager Reva Cambrian, are you aware? I'm just trying to think of an area in the province where this has actually occurred before. So I guess I'm just asking, are you aware of any areas where this has occurred before?
I'm not aware of any where the ministry has on their own closed road allowance. So, I mean, road allowances are vested in the Crown, and the municipality has direction and control over them. That's not the full wording, but so, you know, the province has the ability to close road allowances or road plans if they so wish. But I'm not aware of anywhere where they've created a conservation area or a park and then close the road allowances subsequently.
Okay, thanks for that. I just look at, you know, we hope that this organization survives forever. And then when you look at the development around it and you look at its proximity to the city of Calgary and yeah, I understand the hunting concerns, but these road allowances exist so that when development happens in the future, that there's a possibility of gaining access into the properties. So I struggle with the notion of seeing them closed. I just the more things change in the future, then you hopefully you have a government that will reverse the decision and open them back up. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the municipality has jurisdiction over these road allowances, I find it a little bit hard to swallow to relinquish or abdicate that to the province, just on principle. So I mean, I don't know really what the big conflict is. They're not open roadways. They're, I just, unless there was a big public, you know, dispute about this, maybe I'm missing something, but I would not be in favor of letting the road allowances go.
And I'm just wondering, there is nothing restricting the province from selling portions of this land. It's just a ministerial decision could be done at any point.
To the read. As far as I understand it, yes, they have full license. We can't tell them, no, they may not. We only have the option to respond and object and state what our objection is, and they would consider it. I look at it in the same way as we would consider any resident's objection if we were choosing to close it. And they weigh the merits of it, and yeah, they can do it with or without our consent.
Okay. And so just to kind of pinpoint down these motions, options here. So option A is just to acknowledge the request. So that would be essentially no comment. So go ahead and do it. Correct. Whereas B would be hopefully a no.
Thank you. If you were to acknowledge it, I would still do our internal circulation. So if there is any logistical feedback, I can provide it at that time. Say again, if Public Works thought that there was a possibility or a need at any point to ever develop these roads, or if there was something worthwhile for us operationally, I guess that would be our opportunity to make a suggestion. Or frankly, we could offer any comments that council so wished or internally along with that acknowledgement, because it is just a request for review in our feedback. So I could provide anything you'd wish with that.
Okay. Back to you, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure. I just want to clarify the province owns this land. So very, very important point here. And they've said that there are two options they would consider. One is that they would give title to Alberta Transportation, or they may consolidate it. So they could still keep them in effect and they would be the overseeing agency. So it looks like they have options that they are even considering, not necessarily closing, but just taking that into their own jurisdiction, I guess. So they're considering how they may proceed. But if we do ask them to do what we would have done here in this room, which is do the landowner circulation, then they can achieve that if we make sure that that's in our comments, just to support the process they already have. So this has gone a different route because the province can really decide what they want to do on this themselves, but they're out of courtesy and process, they're circulating us on it. So I feel like they are going to cover what we would have done. So if we are explicit in how we say that we can achieve that, and it doesn't get through the cracks, or it doesn't seem like we didn't care, we do state what we would have normally done as a procedure, I think that would be helpful. Because they can do whatever they wish to do on a road allowance. We are managing them. We don't own them, as far as I understand. We manage them. So again, we're in a provincial jurisdiction. They're going to look at the entirety of this situation and the history and the donation and all of the complexities of this when they make their decision. Our part was to provide if there was any concerns or comments or access issues, but also to provide a voice to the residents. But if they are going to provide that, then I feel that they have offered that, and I don't think we're shirking our responsibility to say that you must please proceed with that in some fashion. So I would still like to make some kind of statement to acknowledge it, but request that they do that consultation, circulation, Foothills County departments further comment and whatever we feel is necessary, but hand it back to them because they're going to decide anyways. That's why I thought it through and wanted to explain that if you look at their letter, they've got this already stated, and they themselves have not committed to the outcome yet. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As well, I recognize that the road allowances might produce like a high fire risk by people being on them legally or illegally, but I would also assume that they would provide access in case there was a fire.
Okay, are we ready for a motion? Deputy Lowell, are you?
Yes, I would. If you're ready for me to.
Okay, go ahead.
Motion. Thank you. And road allowances will not stop access from the fire department accessing Anansani Cross Conservation Area. So whether they can get into wherever point, there is nothing restricting access for fire response. So that just to clarify that, thank you for raising all the comments. But I'd like to test out as opposed to saying that we object, I'd like to say that perhaps we can craft something of our own as opposed to just acknowledge, but to state that we are in receipt of your request and agree that you have jurisdiction over this area, and we would respectfully ask for you to please include, as you have directed in your letter, the consultation with the neighbors and circulation to other agencies. And please advise us of the outcome.
Okay, we got that motion. So it's essentially acknowledge and then
And
acknowledge the
request
jurisdiction and include circulation, request that they include circulation
to the
to the
landowners
landowners.
and other agencies, as they indicated in their letter, and that they advise us of the outcome.
Okay. We have that motion. I don't see anybody further. Call the question. All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Okay, let's go to B6, first curve east of Highway 762 by law 2526, second and third reading. Page 27 of our agenda, engineering technologist Umscheid.
Thank you, and good morning to the Reeve and to council. So for this motion, I would ask for second and third reading regarding safety signage to be put up on Plumbers Road, east of Highway 762. I have nothing to add, no changes to comment on, and I will take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Reeve-Ohl. Oh, that was from before. Okay. Anybody? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. An email was forwarded to me by Deputy Reeve-Ohl from a resident who was wondering about the rationale behind these changes and about getting tailgated already for going 60 and almost getting rear-ended in the 30 zone. Why was this change made? What standards were used to decide that this is the safest speed for that corner? Was there public consultation? Will the RCMP be actively enforcing this new speed limit? He says people usually don't slow down anyways.
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall, I did receive that email from the resident. I responded to their concerns yesterday. I have yet to hear anything back from them on a follow-up, but I'm keeping my eyes open for anything they may have.
I mean, I see, as a lifelong traveler of that road, the signs were a little bit confusing. So I see it as quite a bit clearer for everybody, and you know, not everybody obeys the speed limit, but doesn't mean it's not there for a reason.
Okay, so for consideration today is second and third reading. I'd look for a motion for second or otherwise. Councillor Kendall gives a second reading. All in favor? That carries. And third. Councillor Kendall, all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's go to B7, Bow River Bottom Trail East, bylaw 2426, second and third reading, page 34 of our agenda. Engineering technologist Antle.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve and council. As council will recall, you gave first reading on May 20th to this item. I have nothing further to add, but happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, comments, or a motion for second or otherwise? Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Mr. Chair, I will give you the motion for second reading.
Okay, we have the motion for second from Councillor Callister. All in favor? Motion carries. And third reading from Councillor Alger. All in favor? That carries. Let's do one more quick. B8, rescind stop sign, 314 Avenue and 32nd Street, second and third reading, page 41 of our agenda. Engineering technologist Antle, go ahead.
Thank you again. As council will recall, first reading was on May 27th. Today we'll be looking for second and third. I have nothing further to add unless there's any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Any questions, comments, or a motion? Okay, it's Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I gave the motion for first last week and happy to see this with the bylaw in front of us, and I'm give you the motion for second. Thank you.
Okay, we have that motion. All in favor? Motion carries. You weren't.
Just wanted to hear so much. No, we don't even hear about any of them.
I'm just asking because there was not a public hearing. Go ahead, Manager Barrett.
You're only excluded from voting if you miss a portion of a public hearing or all of a public hearing. But since there was no public hearing on this matter, then he's eligible.
Okay, so you have to vote. So you are in favor of second reading as given by Councillor Alger. Okay. Third reading from Councillor Estes. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Good thing we got that straightened out. Okay, we do have a 10 o'clock public hearing. My understanding is that has been withdrawn. So I'm going to go to CAO Payne for comment on the withdrawal and the process.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Chair. This application was withdrawn by the applicant. I've checked outside. There are no attendees here, and I believe we've actually given notice to those who did sign up to attend the public hearing in order to let them know that the application has in fact been withdrawn. If council wishes, just so it's reflected in the minutes, you could acknowledge that the application is withdrawn by motion, just so it does show up in our records that that was the case.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So would somebody like to give a motion to acknowledge the withdrawal of our C1 public hearing? Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's go back to B9, 690 Avenue East, 232 Street Corridor Review, page 45 of our agenda. Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This report was prepared in response to Council's previous direction to look at options for the 690th East and 232 Street East corridor. Administration has completed that review and laid out potential paths forward, including a phased approach broken up into 7 potential segments. The intent today is really to bring this forward and get direction from Council on how you'd like us to proceed. Thank you.
Could we put a map up? So we have 690 Avenue, we have 232 Street, we have 264th, 296, lots of streets. So if you could point that out a little bit, maybe to us.
Sorry, just 1 second while I get this set up.
This is east of Cayley, right? Almost the far southeast corner of the county by Chinook Feeders. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just prepared these quick little slides to show the different segments. I had reviewed these segments with Manager McLean and Public Works Advisor Gallant, who knows this area very well too. Internally, we believe we could potentially do a test trial in this 800-meter section here. Hopefully everybody can see the screen. And with that test trial, we would target something similar we're doing on 498. Dust-free surface, recycled asphalt. We'll build it so that it can handle the traffic, monitor it for a certain amount of time, and then we can report back to council how that's going. Within the report, we also laid out, if council chooses the whole segment, what kind of work would be involved within this 3.2 kilometer stretch, I guess, to get it shovel ready. So each section has that laid out. I'm not sure if Manager McLean is online because he can speak on potentially the cost of it. I think we were anticipating this to come in later today. So, but we can get that to council later if there's any questions on that too. So I can share more slides if council wishes to, or have any questions on any specific segments.
Okay, and is Councillor or Mr. Antle, is he ready to talk about this, or is he?
Sorry, that was Manager McLean.
Or McLean?
Yeah,
sorry.
that's Manager McLean. So he's probably heading back to Alderson.
Probably on the road right now.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's vital to this conversation?
If council has any questions on the maintenance aspect of it or cost related to internal forces doing this work in the future, yeah. I can certainly walk on through the segments and kind of explain different parts of it as well. Whatever council wishes to see.
Sure. Well, we'll go to Councillor McHugh first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. So yeah, basically I'd be looking at how much base work is required in these segments to get it up to snuff. I'm very happy with the results at 498. That was kind of a phased process to get it to that point. So I believe so I guess question A is, in these segments, the base work is probably the most expensive component. So I guess that's where I would start with my question is how much base upgrade here is required to complete this project? Thanks.
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh. Yeah, we did break it up and we didn't necessarily go into specific details on how much base, but for example, segment 1 here, that is a decent road. It would require some base work, not much. If you look at segment 2, what we're considering segment 2, east of the feedlot, this is probably the one that's a complete rebuild. This is the one where we get the black dirt coming through anytime there's hauling. So in terms of roads that require the most work, we consider segment 2 the one that's a rebuild. Segment 1 here is the one where minimal base work in order to get something similar to 498.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, okay, these roads are already utilized quite heavily from the feedlot, I'm assuming.
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall. Yes, they are. There's a few different haul roads, depending who you speak or time of the year, which way they haul, which way they're hauling to, what they're hauling in, and where that's coming from. So, yeah, that when I believe the one that's used the least is the segment 2 section, just because of the condition of the road. There was an interesting one that came up. We had some discussions. Segment 7, we just added this portion of undeveloped portion of 264th Street East, this one right here, straight north, is undeveloped 2 miles there. I would say there's a trail there that is passable depending on the time of the year. And we just found out that that does get used as well at times of the year. So
So currently they are, I mean, trucks go on them. It's deemed safe, like nobody's complaining really about that. This is just to sort of bring them up to snuff for this new biogas hauling arrangement.
Through the chair, council tasked administration to kind of have a look at this corridor. Kind of have a look at which roads could receive upgrading, what upgrading could be potentially involved. Yeah, I hope, I'm not sure.
So maybe I'll provide my thoughts on this right now. Maybe I'll start by answering Councillor Kendall's question about safety. I think most of these roads are generally safe. The exception would be 690 Avenue going east from 264th. That's the section that is not rebuilt and has serious problems when they're hauling manure or hauling silage. There are times when you would not dare drive a car down this road because ruts can easily be a foot deep. And it is simply not, it's not safe. And I think that section needs to be rebuilt to a proper standard. I'm not concerned about just leaving it as a gravel, whatever it is, because that's not where the bulk of traffic goes. Bulk of it goes to the west and then north from the feedlot. So when I'm looking at the list here, and I guess that maybe I'll start by just saying this thing from Abadata that we got paid good money for, just another study that was a waste of money. But I guess I supported getting it done, and it probably was done because at my request. So, but I do think we need to be mindful about these surveys or studies and what we're spending money on, making sure we're getting something out of them. So I do thank Director Kruger for the work that he did on this first. So page 47, 48, 49 is your report. So if I look at the segments of road, segment 1, 690 Avenue from 232 Street to 264th. Yeah, let's get wrapped down on there, get it looked after. 690 Avenue. So now to segment 2, 690 Avenue from 264th to 296. So this is that section going east of the feedlot. Yeah, just get it rebuilt to a standard gravel standard. Segment 3, 232 Street east, north of 690 Avenue, approximately a mile. Yeah, let's get it wrapped down on there. Segment 4, 232 Street east, south of 690 to the Willow Creek boundary. Yeah, let's get wrapped down on there. Segment 5, 264 Street east of 690 Avenue to the Willow Creek boundary. So this is essentially the road that goes right past the feedlot, correct?
That's correct.
I have a real issue with us spending any money on this road. I mean, I'm fine putting wrap down at the cost of Chinook, but this, I mean, even grading this road, this is really nothing but a massively heavily used driveway. And anybody who goes and looks at it will say that this is not a road. This is a private drive. To the extent that they reshaped the ditches, reshaped the road, all for their own personal purposes over the last year. And it serves no purpose other than them. So, I mean, I'd love for them to just lease the road or have some sort of an agreement where we don't touch it ever again. I don't know if that's an option, but certainly not to spend any money on there unless it's fully paid for by the business that operates out of there. Segment 6. So this is way east of the feedlot, correct? 296. That's at 1.6 kilometer.
That's
yeah.
correct.
I mean, once the traffic gets to 296 coming out of the feedlot, it splits, goes north, goes south. From my knowledge, this road handles the traffic just fine. There's no residents there, no concern as it is. unless it does need rebuilt at some point, and that's kind of just whenever. Segment 7, 264 Street East from 690. Where is this?
Through the chair, it's straight north of the feedlot there. This is the undeveloped portion here. It's an undeveloped 2-mile portion.
Ah. Yeah, I don't want to touch that. Leave it as is. So that's my thoughts on what we can do to get this place looked after. I mean, it's not perfect. Ideally, it would be pavement everywhere, but the dollars just aren't there for that. So who's going to pay for this? This is one business, now coming a second business kind of attached to it, that is creating this situation. And so it needs to be paid for by them. I don't have a problem with the county rebuilding at their cost, their road going east of the feedlot, but all the stuff to the west and then north, south, that needs to be paid for by the business that is operating out of there. And we need to approach them and give them the bill to get it looked after. That's my thoughts. Councillor McHugh.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with that final thought. Just, sorry, going to the east of the feedlot, the one with 1-foot ruts, what, just having is there a resident over there? Yeah, so there's no crossing on the little bow there going at the T, the end. Who else uses that road other than the feedlot going to the east?
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, I'm not aware of, just everybody in that area, I guess, is aware of that road. And as you mentioned, if they can avoid it, they will. I'm not aware of many other users on that road.
And so that's 690 going east. It's pretty much the same with the north-south 296 portion, isn't it? There's no residential users over on that side?
No.
Okay.
That's correct. We were just taking a whole look at the area and what's potentially possible and get direction from council. So.
Okay. Well, as long as the contributions are coming, but it's trying to just get a balance of what should be the municipalities and what should be the operators. Thanks.
Councillor Alger.
I do have one other follow-up.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Finish.
Well, I'm just, it's not related, so I'll just wait till the end.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I agree with the developer funding part contributions. The sorry, just had a brain fart. There was some talk, I think I read somewhere in the report, there was talk of potential funding. Was it a STIP program? And then there was another comment that we might be too late for that, but is that funding to us or would that be available to the developer?
Through the chair, there is options for us to potentially apply for STIP funding on that. There's different segments under that. That could be applicable in this case, so the county would have to apply. Depending on which way you go, there are certain ones where developers or local producers in some cases are included, and it's looked favorably upon applying in that way. Because then you have the county, you have these producers of the area, highways close by, depending which way we are building it. So we did look at some funding, and there are some options there as well. Of course, part of that, consultants would have to prepare that application, and we'd have to identify which segment we're looking at, and along with that application, do any engineering required as part of that grant application, whether it's just preliminary or hopefully not quite to detailed engineering, but yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, anybody else? So I guess my recommendation, I think I kind of laid that out, but would be, so I guess I'm looking at the motion was to advance segment 1, but I'm going to suggest advance. Well, I guess I already laid out all those segments as per discussed. Does that make sense from Public Works perspective? All those segments I talked about.
Through the chair, yes, it does. I guess just to get more direction from council, so we can pursue those on our end. We can come back to council with a plan when and how we can get this done and how much it's going to cost. Is the direction also to have conversations about additional contributions? Is that part of the discussion? Okay.
I think so.
Sounds good. And then at that point, we can decide how we proceed based on the outcome of those discussions. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody like to give that motion, whatever that is? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the topic of additional contributions, just going back, has there been discussions with the developer on jointly pursuing funding for these improvements, or are we at that stage yet?
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh and to council, I was advised that if we were going to have these discussions, it might be best to do it in closed session.
Okay. Would you like to go in closed?
Sure. Motion to go into closed.
Okay, we have that motion. All in favor? Welcome back. I'll open our 11 o'clock public hearing for Tomlin Southeast 5, 21, 29 west of 4, amendment to CR District, page 87 of our agenda. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Thank you very much. The process for our public hearing this morning will commence as follows. First off, we'll have a presentation from our municipal planning officer Chip Chase. Following her presentation, we'll go to the applicant and your agent for any presentation or comments that you have. Following that, we will go to any members of the public that do wish to speak to it. And I do have a couple registered. Following that, we will then go to closing comments, first to the applicant and your agent, and then finally to closing comments from our municipal planner. At each step through the process, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, Planning Officer Chip Chase, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Get my mouse to work correctly. Okay. That's how big it's going to be. So good morning, Reeve and Council. The application before you is from Mrs. Jennifer Tomlin, represented by Ms. Christy Bunder of Township Planning and Design. This is a request to amend the country residential district for the property legally described as Plan 84-10347, Block D, within the southeast of Section 5, Township 21, Range 29, west of the 4th Meridian, in order to allow the future subdivision of one new 4.05 acre country residential district lot and one 5.58 acre country residential district lot with a 9.63 acre country residential district balance remaining. The parcel within Division 5 is located approximately 0.4 kilometers north of Okotoks, 0.4 kilometers west of Highway 2A. It's directly east of 8th Street East and directly west of an undeveloped portion of 12th Street East. The application falls within the required referral area for the intermunicipal development plan with the town of Okotoks. The town of Okotoks was circulated on the application with no concerns. The application also falls within the Section 5 Area Concept Plan, which was accepted by Council on September 22nd, 1994. The concept plan area includes all quarters within Section 5, which at the time of acceptance was as shown on the screen to the left. The landowner's parcel, in conjunction with the overall concept plan, is shown in red, and the southeast quarter is identified by the black line. The document suggests the southeast quarter, where the application is located, should allow additional subdivision subject to proof of water, which the ACP provided for at the time of its acceptance, and it is now determined by the Water Act, and dedication of adequate roads or road construction with each of the new lots to provide PSTS testing and high water table testing. Additionally, each of the nominal 20-acre parcels within the quarter would be allowed subdivision of a maximum of 4 lots, with the ACP stating 30 lots to be the maximum density for this quarter. Should the application be approved, this would bring the southeast quarter to its maximum density under the ACP. However, under the county's current density policy, the quarter could be expected to see a total of 32 lots. Throughout the years, Section 5 subdivisions had also provided various road levies and contributions. Therefore, to provide consistency throughout the section, Council passed a motion in 2012 requesting landowners proposing additional units would be subject to the county's community sustainability fee, as well as a proportionate share of the costs associated with road construction that was required for access. With respect to this motion, the county's Public Works Department has provided that the applicant's dedication of 15.28 meters of road widening that is proposed to be surveyed out of the balance title would provide this landowner's proportionate share of the road construction costs. So the proposal before council is to consider amending the country residential district to allow the future subdivision of one new 4.05 acre lot and one new 5.5 acre lot as shown here in blue, with a 9.63 acre balance remaining as shown here in green. The application also proposes to provide 15.28 meters of road widening to be surveyed out of the title along the east boundary of the 9.63 acre balance parcel as shown here crosshatched in red. With regards to access, the parcel currently has an existing approach that is located here, roughly within the center of the west property line. This approach is to be retained as access to Lot 2 where the residence is located. Access to Lot 1 is proposed to be located approximately here, constructed as a standard single approach. Both approaches in this location are to provide access to the lots from 8th Street East, which is a forced road right-of-way on the west side of the property. Access to the balance parcel is proposed from the northern end of the cul-de-sac bulb on 12th Street East, which is approximately here. North of this location, 12th Street East is undeveloped with various widths of dedication surveyed out as shown outlined here in yellow. Dedications have also been provided by Caveat with the most recent road dedication of 15 meters provided here with a subdivision of this lot in 2025. The applicant is proposing to provide 15.28 meters of road widening that is to be surveyed out along the east boundary of the applicant's balance parcel located here, providing the county with additional land towards possible connection and extension of 12th Street East in the future. Public Works has provided that their department would consider this road widening dedication as the applicant's contribution to the future extension of 12th Street East. Their department has also advised that the applicant, when constructing their new driveway to the balance parcel, may want to consider its connection with respect to future development of 12th Street East, considering such things as the potential to move the approach north in order for the approach to meet the road surface at a 90-degree angle. Facing southeast over the applicant's lands from 8th Street East, the applicant's existing approach which would remain as access to Lot 2 is here, and access to proposed Lot 1 would be approximately here further to the north, also along 8th Street. Facing north, access to the balance parcel is proposed from the northern end of the existing cul-de-sac for 12th Street East. That approach would be provided approximately here. The applicant's parcel in conjunction to that is here, and the adjacent neighbor is here who is also utilizing an approach from this location. This is a close-up of the southeast corner of the applicant's parcel here to the left of the screen. You'll see a long, narrow driveway here to the right. This driveway currently serves as access to 3 lots located north and east of the applicant within the undeveloped right-of-way for 12th. This driveway is also located within a 15-meter wide portion of the overall right-of-way that's been obtained for possible extension of 12th Street East. The applicant is proposing to provide an additional 15.28 meters to this right-of-way, which would be located roughly here. Taking a look at the physiography, the applicant's parcel outside of the yard site is rolling grassland with 2 thick groves of aspens to the north and to the east. There are 2 low-lying areas that were noted to exist within both aspen groves. Ornamental and native tree species surround the yard site with an aspen and spruce shelter belt along the south boundary, and the yard includes a residence along with a 245.42 square foot accessory building north of the residence and 3 additional accessory buildings near the south boundary. The country residential district of the county's land use bylaw requires a side yard and a rear yard setback of 15 meters for any structure to a property line. The landowner's agent has therefore provided the following strategy with regards to the accessory structures that are on the property. The furthest structure to the east that is shown here is proposed to be within the balance parcel and will be moved to meet setbacks to the new east-west boundary line. This shed would be within the balance parcel prior to the construction of a residence. The second small shed, shown here, would not meet setbacks and is proposed to be removed from the property. And the third small shed that is shown here would remain within Lot 2 with the existing residence and does meet setbacks. The fourth shed would be within Lot 2 and would remain just north of the residence as shown here. Taking a look at the overall property facing west from within Lot 1, Lot 2 is to the far left of the screen, with the adjacent northern neighbor here to the right of the screen, and the adjacent neighbor to the west is here, west of 8th Street East. Facing east from Lot 1, the lands continue to roll, with the East Aspen Grove to be retained within the balance parcel here, and the North Aspen Grove here. Lot 2 is to the very far right of the screen, and the cul-de-sac bulb on 12th Street East would be the far background here. The application was circulated in 2 issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel on May 27th and June 3rd, 2026, and was sent out to area landowners within 1/2 mile of the application, with 1 letter of support and 1 letter of concern received prior to today's hearing. The application was also externally provided to Alberta Transportation, who have agreed to allow variances to sections 18 and 19 of the matters related to subdivision and development regulation upon circulation of the subdivision to their department. Internally, the application was also referred to the county's Public Works Department, who have recommended as part of the subdivision that the new parcels provide septic disposal evaluation, building envelopes, high water table testing, and that the 15.28 meters of road widening be surveyed out along the east boundary of the parcel. Public Works additionally recommends comprehensive site drainage and lot grading permits plans to be provided as conditions of development permit. And this would conclude my presentation, Mr. Reeve and Council. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Council and Administration for any questions. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Chipchase, for your comprehensive report. Could you just review the density thing again? You went through it pretty quick as far as the full density for the quarter.
Yes, to Councillor Alger. The density policy in the area concept plan suggested that the density for the southeast quarter would be 30 lots. However, the county's current density policy suggests that, or states that 32 lots could be taken out of the quarter section itself.
Okay.
That's our regular density policy.
So with this application, we're at 30, correct?
So this application would bring it to the 30.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And just one more simple question. The shed, this is a pretty established yard. The shed that's non-compliant, could we just make that shed non-compliant?
That is up to council as to whether you want to make it non-conforming, or whether you want it moved to meet the setbacks to the property lines. It cleans up the property to make it meet the setbacks.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that.
Okay, we'll go now to the applicant and agent. If you guys could introduce yourselves for the recording secretary and then proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Christy Bunder. I'm a planning consultant. And with me today is Jennifer Tomlin, the landowner. I also have Dhananjay Yadav in the gallery, who's kind of shadowed this application from the start and is now learning how rounding errors follow applications like 15.28 instead of 15 all the way through. So this has been a good learning experience for him. And we also have Ken Marchand with us, who's a neighbor to support. I will just share my presentation. Mrs. Chipchase's presentation was excellent, has repeated a lot of what I wanted to say, and so I'll try to be as brief as possible. There we go. As Ms. Chipchase had indicated, it is a 19.26 acre parcel in the southeast 5. It is the last remaining 20 in that quarter section. Jennifer has been there for 42 years. I was actually joking with her because I remember meeting her 30 years ago in 1994 because she was memorable over a very young and impressionable planner. She doesn't remember me at all. This is an application that requests an exemption from the country residential district. This is an amendment to facilitate a future subdivision, creating 2 new lots and a balance. Jennifer's house is currently pictured on the screen. The balance parcel will be retained by Jennifer and will serve as her permanent residence. The application requests that an existing accessory structure be allowed to be moved and the balance parcel prior to the establishment of that residence. And I think council may have noted there's a dog kennel development permit. This is for Jennifer's 6 dogs who she cannot live without. There has not been a complaint in the 42 years that Jennifer has had these dogs. They are prairie dogs and they are service dogs. So it's important to us that this development permit be recognized and retained valid if possible on her new parcel of 10 rather than the old parcel of 19. Council would like us to reapply, we will, but she's been a good steward with her dogs in particular. This 20-acre parcel is proposed to be developed into 2 new lots. Lot 2, as Mrs. Chipchase had indicated, contains those accessory structures, and I'll go through those a little bit as well to help answer your question, Councillor Alger. This balance remains at 9.63 acres, and we were proposing a 15-meter wide dedication. Apologies that it's 15.28 on everything. The dedication comprises 0.75 acres and facilitates the landowner's contribution to the road. We just went and took some photos of the accessory structures, and Jennifer's intent was to move these if she could. 1, they're on skids. 2, they may not survive. So if they get pulled over and they don't make it, then so be it, they're gone. If they do make it, then they will remain with Jennifer on the new parcel. Mrs. Chipchase did a great job of showing you where the approaches are. My pictures are a little different. The parabolic doesn't work for me, but this is kind of looking north and then the approach off of 8th Street. And then we actually also looked at the 12th Street side. And again, that Public Works is absolutely right. We need to extend that approach and come in off a 90. The arrow at an angle isn't the intention of the approach location. It's just to indicate that an approach will come off 12th Street. But yes, it will be a 90-degree approach, and we've spoken with Jennifer about that. Just some look at the balance parcel. So this is where Jennifer's house would be. It's beautifully maintained. She knows exactly where she'd like to live in nature with her dogs and how. She's got it all planned. She just needs the subdivision to be able to proceed with those plans. This is in the Central District. I won't belabor that. It is within the Section 5 area concept plan. It is the last remaining 20. And I think at the time, the concept plan said 30 because we were losing a lot of land to roads, not for any other reason. It is in the intermunicipal development plan. The town of Okotoks under the IMC has provided no concerns. We are in an area that is in some kind of weird transition. We have some businesses along 12th Street. We have the school, we have the cafe, we have a veterinary clinic. We've got a physiotherapist in there now. So it's kind of evolving on the Highway 2A side for sure. And Jennifer's property itself is surrounded by 5-acre country residential parcels or similar sized parcels than the one as the one she's proposing. We do have an established septic system on lot 2, and we've made sure that the well and the septic system are encompassed in the new lot. In terms of the environmental considerations, Jennifer's land is pretty high and dry. There is no particular wetland or wetland feature. There's no associated drainage course. The concept plan sets aside that drainage course in an unfettered manner so it can continue to thrive, and it does, but there's nothing really that involves Jennifer's property with that strategy. We did have a look at the groundwater wells in the area. They are averaging 204 feet. The average static water level is 125 feet. Our average pump test in the southeast is 6.14. And the range of those completion dates on the screen is 1973 to 2018. And as council can see, There's consistent static water and consistent test rates. The most recent well that was drilled around here is just north of Jennifer's property, Ken Marchand's well, which was 147 feet to static and drilled at 5.4. So we're looking okay here to prove water for these lots. In conclusion, this proposal aligns with the surrounding context and the county's policy direction for development in this district. The proposed lot configuration is integrated into the existing development pattern along 8th Street and 12th Street and provides a rural transition near the Okotoks urban boundary. It is a 15-meter road dedication we're proposing, which secures land for the 12th Street extension. The site design respects the existing surroundings and is designed in consideration of it. And any additional requirements with regard to private wells, septic systems, site testing will be complied with. And we've spent some time explaining to Jennifer what that all means and when those things happen. Before I conclude, Mr. Chairman, Jennifer would like to offer a few comments.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. My name is Jennifer Tomlin. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak to all of you. Back in 1984, my late husband and I bought the 20 acres and had our house built. 3 years later, I was widowed, so I've lived there by myself since 1987. I love it there. I love the area. A lot of the neighbors have been really helpful to me living there. It's a beautiful natural area, and I think I am. In fact, Christy said I'm the only 20-acre parcel still there. Everybody else is down to 5s. I think there's a 4 or something next to me as well. And unfortunately, I'm not getting any younger. So my house is a 2-story house with stairs and a basement. And it's getting harder and harder to take care of it. It's also getting harder to take care of the outside. There's lawns to cut, there's weeds, etc., etc. And I really feel, and I would like to move to the back part of the property, adjacent to, not in, but adjacent to the natural aspen, and build a nice bungalow with no stairs and just enjoy the trees. The birds are beautiful out there, the wildlife. The wildflowers. I've always loved nature, so I really don't want to damage nature. I want to live a little closer to it and have more time to enjoy it and less time to work that needs work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that. I'll go to council for any questions you may have. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to the planning department, I'm just looking at the recommended conditions, and some are as a condition of development permit. That's a little different than what we normally do, isn't it? Is it? I know what the as a condition of subdivision.
That through the chair to Councillor Alger, the 2 conditions that are asked for at development permit are lot grading and site drainage.
Yeah.
That's typically something we would see at development permit when they're actually going to construct a house.
Being ready to build. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to just skip my mind. Okay. Thanks for that.
Okay. I don't see anything else at this time, so I will go to members of the public. Is there anybody in the gallery that wishes to speak to this application today? If you could, okay, yeah, you could just come up to this microphone over here, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, councillors. My name is Ken Marchand. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Yeah, you probably seen me here before, but I've been Jennifer's neighbor, I guess, going on 38 years now. So, and over the last few years, I've been helping her out, maintain the property there. I have no concerns with the subdivision. I think it's probably one of the least impactful subdivisions in that section of land. So where the building site's going to be, I'm very familiar with because I hay the property and do other maintenance there. So I think, as Jennifer said, things change and life changes. And I think what she's doing is very reasonable. So just wanted to show my support for it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I don't see any questions for you. Thanks.
Okay.
Anybody else in the gallery wishes to speak? I don't see anything. So at this point in time, we'll go to closing comments. If you have anything to share with us in closing.
I debated if I should address the letter of concern from Jolene West. It seems to me that this individual lives on a subdivision. She has like 6-foot wildlife proof fences, so I don't know what she's talking about when she's talking about deer and moose going through her place. It can't happen when you have a 6-foot black solid fence and 2 guard dogs. So I think that there is no impact on the west property. Jennifer has been an incredible steward of this land and actually a wonderful Foothills County resident for a very long time. And you know, we've spoken about this application, I think, for quite a while, almost a year, maybe more. And Jennifer has proceeded slowly and steadily and surely. And we just hope to take the next step in progression here, get this parcel registered for Jennifer and allow her to live out the rest of her days where she wants in a bungalow with her dogs. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that. I'm just trying to confirm, who is the letter of objection from? What was the name? Jolene West. And we have a copy of that? Okay, I think we're hearing that we don't have it, so if we could perhaps get a copy of that, that'd be great. Thanks. Deputy Revol, go ahead.
Sure. Thanks for bringing that forward, just to add that to the record. Just in terms of the road, it looks pretty straightforward, but when I heard the 90 degrees, I'm like, can I just clarify that you're coming off the bulb? This is on the balance. You're coming off the bulb straight north, and then you're turning 9 degrees inside the property with maybe, I guess you're just trying to get into the property and then you can decide from there. Is that what you're doing there?
Yes, that's correct. We want to come in as immediately as possible on the south end, but at a 90 as recommended by Public Works. And they're not wrong because the culvert needs to be straight in there. And Jennifer and I talked about that. It's just the cul-de-sac doesn't vest on her property anywhere. So we're going to extend it a little north on the road dedication and then straight in just to help that road one and future planning too.
Okay, now I've got a better picture, but I was pictured in a different configuration, so that's helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. Don't say anything further. We'll go back to Planning Officer Chip Chase for any closing comments that you have.
I have nothing further, Mr. Reeve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And we look forward to getting that letter one last time to Council Administration for any questions you may have. I don't see any, so at this time we will close the public hearing. You're welcome to remain in the gallery to watch Council's deliberations and decision whenever that may be. You can also watch it online on the YouTube link found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent to everybody registered for today. Thank you for coming. Council will just take a moment. I'm not sure if we need to switch meetings or what, but we're good. Okay. Let's pause on this for a minute until we get that letter from Jolene West. So we were talking about our B9. Let's go back to that. So this is the 690 Avenue, Tier 32 East Corridor Review. Councillor Estes, did you have?
Thank you to the chair. And yes, I would like to put forth the motion that we postpone any decision until the next council meeting pending looking at costs. Thank you.
Okay, we have that motion. So that would be for next week until we get the costs of the road as we were talking. Okay. Okay, we have that motion. All in favor? That motion carries. Let's go to D1, miscellaneous planning items. Weir, Pitsoff, Northwest 1, 1928 West of 4. Development permit 26D 021, page 121. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Council may recall this application. This was an existing, or this is an existing parcel in Reef Seawarts Division, east of Pie River. And the council did allow for the rezoning of the property to direct control 26, which does allow for dog facilities. So that was done, finalized in March of 2026. Since that time, the applicant has made the development permit, and this is a direct control parcel. Council is the development authority on parcels zoned as direct control. The development permit application is requesting the operation of a commercial kennel to allow for a maximum of 16 dogs for boarding and training of overnight stays. There are intentions of having approximately 2 client visits to the property per day and 2 full-time employees with a maximum of 3 non-residential employees anticipated over the next 5 years as the business grows. There are a number of components, specific components of the business proposal included within your staff report, as well as a letter from the applicant. Now, as council was approving the land use district, there was an intention to construct an accessory building that would be the kenneling building. And there's pictures of that within your staff report. Unfortunately, that structure was constructed too close to the north boundary of the subject land. So a component of this development permit is also requesting a relaxation of this kennel building to 8.26 meters from the north property line. In addition, there is a request of the applicant specifically to allow for a fence that has been recently constructed north of the property line in the undeveloped road allowance. And the applicant is requesting that council permit the fence to remain north of the property in the undeveloped road allowance. You'll note in the conditions contemplated for subdivision that there's a pre-release application that staff has included, and that suggests that the chicken coop, garden shed, and fence be removed from the road allowance to the north and relocated wholly within the property boundaries, meeting all municipal setback distances, and proof be provided. Now, the applicant has provided a letter in your agenda package requesting that the fence be allowed to remain within the road allowance. I'm assuming he's fine with the chicken coop and the garden fence being relocated into his property. However, the kenneling building does require relaxation of setbacks. It is too close to the property line. All other conditions are fine to go. We just need council to confirm whether or not they are wishing to delegate authority to the development officer to review and complete conditions. And also we'd like council's direction with respect to allowing the fence to remain to the north of the property line in the undeveloped road allowance. And of course, for requesting approval on the development permit application, as well as the relaxation of setbacks for the building constructed on the property.
Thank you for that. I'm just trying to clarify there must be a condition related to that relaxation of setback, or am I missing it? I thought I saw it, but I can't.
Yeah, so at the very bottom, I'm sorry, the very top of page 125 is your approval description. So the approval descriptions allows for the existing accessory building for training, boarding, and breeding of dogs, a maximum of 16 dogs, 5 business visits, and a relaxation of setbacks for the existing kennel building to remain at 8.26 meters from the north property line.
Okay, got it. Okay, yeah, I'm fine with this application in terms of delegating authority to development officer. Absolutely, I'm good with that. Just to talk about pre-release condition number 1, so it's on page 125. So this is the components that are on the road plan. So yeah, the chicken coop, garden shed, I think need to be moved. We shouldn't have any buildings, I don't think, on our road plan. In terms of the fence, I mean, it's just a fence. We got lots of fences throughout the county that are on the wrong side of the property line. So I don't see that as an issue. So I would just remove, I guess, the word fence out of pre-release condition number 1, so that it is allowed to stay there. And I guess to Director Hemingway, should we do that? Should it need to be removed in the future? we wouldn't need to put anything in here in terms of, but it will need to be removed in the future should it be needed. It can just be recognized that that would be the case.
A couple of different ways you can go, sir. You can make a motion indicating that the fence is able to remain temporarily until such time as the county wishes it to be removed. Could be a totally different landowner at that point in time, and unless you're taking a deposit, it will be at our expense. We can request the execution of a, what's it called?
Encroachment.
Thank you. An encroachment agreement, a simple encroachment agreement that I believe we can register by way of caveat, which will articulate the landowner's obligation and expense to remove the fence at our request.
Okay. And the cost to register an encroachment agreement?
It's like $25.
Okay.
It's negligible really in the grand scheme of things. So
Okay.
we can charge him for that if you'd like.
Okay. I think that is quite reasonable. Deputy Revo.
We've had a lot of issues where we've never been able to get our citizens to remove their stuff off of our road allowances, and this is an opportunity to have that take place. And I wonder if we can be fair with a long time frame for removal, as opposed to saying that. So number one was temporary permission, and the second is an encroachment agreement. And the third option might be a time frame to remove it with a generous time frame to remove it. Just an idea, because I don't know how far it is into the road allowance, if it's in the middle of the road allowance and all the rest of it. And I see that it is used, and it was noted that it is used. So just that's the only thing. Otherwise, I'm in support of it. I'm just not sure about how much we allow other people's stuff in the road allowances if we have a chance to remove it. Thank you.
Anybody else? I don't see any. So I would look for a motion. So as the area councillor, I'm thinking condition one, yeah, chicken coop gone, garden shed gone off there, but the fence can stay for now, but an encroachment agreement whereby the county would have the ability to ask them to remove, and it be removed at their cost should the need arise. I just don't see the need at this point in time. In the road plan, not a road allowance, the road plan goes nowhere, and it's completely usable as it is by those who use it. So that's my thought. If anybody want to give a motion to that end or something else, Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, we have this letter from Ms. West. We've had a chance to review it. So let's go to our C2 Tomlin application, page 87 of our agenda. This is in Council Division 5, Councillor Alger.
That's me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll open the conversation by acknowledging this letter from Ms. West, and thank her for her comments. I don't agree with her comments, but I thank her anyways for her input into this application. I have no issues with this application. I applaud Ms. Tomlin for her tenacious adventure that she's taking on at her age. I'm not speaking derogatory to your age, but this is quite an adventure, and you are to be commended to be doing this. The fact that nobody from the neighborhood is here against this kind of development means a lot to me. There was a letter of support that was brought in, and of course, Mr. Marchant was here in person. I also talked to another neighbor a couple of weeks ago about a different item, and he was also had no issues with the application, other than he stated there should be no more development in Section 5 until we fix the piece of road between Okotoks and the county. That little 100-yard strip that we are going to fix here in the next couple of weeks. So, pardon? Is it? Good. So, yeah, that makes me happy about that. 8th Street has just been done with new MRO. We're adding very little traffic to it. 12th Street is as you saw, is a dead end road. That's a MRO and in good shape. And again, we're not adding a lot of traffic to it. So I think this is laid out in a perfect way. I've talked to Ms. Tomlin about what she wants to do, and I've gone and looked at the property. And where she wants to build is indeed a beautiful spot where she will spend the rest of eternity with her and her dogs. And I'll give you a motion to approve this application anytime you're ready. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take that motion for first reading from Councillor Alger. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. Yeah, let's go to D2, Butalar, Northeast 18, 22, 1, west of 5. Second and third reading, jumping around, page 146 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Council may recall this application. It was in front of you for first reading not too long ago. I'm just drawing a blank on the exact date. Oh, February 4th. At that point in the public hearing, there was a request for the subdivision of 3 additional parcels and a boundary adjustment and a municipal reserve. And a municipal reserve. And council did grant first reading, requesting only 2 new 2.25 acre country residential district lots and a balance and the environmental reserve easement and the option for the applicants to pursue the boundary adjustment or not with their neighbor. The applicants have come back and they're requesting 2.5 acre parcels. They're not pursuing the boundary adjustment, and they have illustrated in almost 9 acres or just over 9 acres of environmental reserve easement across the balanced lands. As you can see, they are extending the internal subdivision road of 202nd Avenue. They're extending it with a cul-de-sac towards the west, and they're providing an additional contribution of $20,000 for the surfacing of 200 and upgrading the surfacing of 202nd Avenue West. All conditions imposed at first reading have been met. If council is comfortable with a slight amendment to the site plan to 2 4.5 acre parcels, I would request second and third reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. And back to Division 5, Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I also have no issues with this. I like the redraw, and the changes are very minimal just to make this all fit. And I believe I read somewhere where the existing bulb is now will be amalgamated back into the balance parcels. So I'm fine with that. And the road contribution allotted by Public Works. So I have no issues. I'll give you a motion for second.
Okay, motion for second from Councillor Alger, Deputy Revol.
Sure, I believe this was a good compromise to include and recognize the input from the neighbors, and that it's in the central district. It's directly across from the border with Calgary, and the offer with the ERE and the fixing up of the road for themselves and the neighbors helps with providing something that fits in that area. Thank you.
Okay, we have motion for second. Councillor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. And third from Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. Let's try one more. Let's go to D3, Doyon, Southwest 29, 21, 1 west of 5, second and third, page 161. Director Hemingway.
This application was reviewed by council back in May of 2025, so just over a year ago. Noting that there are 4 councillors that were in attendance at that public hearing that can consider this request for second and third reading of the bylaw. This is east of Okotoks in Councillor Alger's division on the east side of 80th Street and about 4 kilometers west of Highway 552. This is a 40-acre parcel, straightforward east-west 40-acre parcel. Council did approve the application for 1 unit, requesting that the new parcel be developed to the west of the change in grade, and that the change in grade be encompassed by an environmental reserve easement. So the applicants have gotten a survey done, and the new parcel is 7.62 acres versus the 8.5 that was originally proposed, and that 8.5 did actually include the grade change. It's a hill, and now that hill is wholly included within the balance and will be under 1.6 acres of environmental reserve easement. All conditions imposed at first reading have been met. I'm requesting consideration of second and third reading of the bylaw. The new parcel will be Country Residential Subdistrict A. And yeah, any questions? I'd be happy to answer them.
Deputy Reeve.
Sure, I'd be willing to move that forward. It's an essential area. There's a number of reasons, but I would also just refer to the council for the area as I had mine on previously, but just a question on the change in the lot sizes. We're acknowledging that, right?
I think in granting second and third reading, I'm comfortable with you acknowledging the change in lot size.
Okay, thank you.
Because you requested a revised site plan. Oh, this is what you were looking for.
Okay. Councillor Alger, good.
Yeah, ready to go. I have no issues with the, again, minor changes within this. When we gave this first reading, there was, a little bit of discussion about fragmentation of agricultural land, and I watched the seeding go on this property over the years, and coming out of the bigger parcel and then going on back on the road and coming around to 64th Street and coming back in on that little piece to get around that little ravine. So this protects that ravine, and the picture on page 171 shows the entire parcel layout. There is a new home on the southeast portion of the larger parcel, and from Mr. Doyen, and this piece is for his son. So I have no issues. I'll give you the motion for second. Thank you.
Okay, have a motion for second from Councillor Alger. All in favor? And opposed? Sorry, I didn't see a Councillor McHugh. Did you vote? Sorry, I missed it. Okay, that motion carries. And third reading from Councillor Deputy Reeve. All in favor? Motion carries. Should we try two more since there's only 4 people allowed to vote on, and I have to leave after lunch? Okay, let's go to D4 Keith, Northeast 15, second and third reading, page 173, Director Hemingway.
March 5th was the public hearing for this, was a amendment to the agricultural land use district. Oh my goodness. Apologies. March 5th was the public hearing where our 4 councillors were in attendance for bylaw 17/2025 for the amendment to the land use district, creating a 75-acre agricultural district lot and an 81.89-acre agricultural district lot. This is in Reeve Sievert's division, east of Highway 2, east of the hamlet of Cayley. The applicants have met all conditions imposed at first reading, and we are requesting second and third reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. Yeah, this is in my area. Typically not something I do like to see with the 80-acre split, but I had to go back and look and try to find reasons, but there was, I believe, sufficient reasons given at the time for why this would be good. So I can live with it. Let's put it that way. So anybody else? Or a motion for second or otherwise? Councillor Alger?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. If the Reeve can live with it, I can live with it. So I'll give you the motion for second.
Okay, have that motion. Councillor McHugh?
Yeah, if I recollect, it was due to the size of the arena and acres required to support it. So yes, I would speak in favor of the motion on the floor. Thanks.
Okay, we have that motion. All in favor? Motion carries. And third, Deputy Reeve, all in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's go to D5, Chinook Feeders, page 182 of our agenda, second and third reading. Director Hemingway.
Yeah, I hope I can do justice to this. So council did consider second and third reading on the site-specific amendment bylaw that was originally in front of council on September 17th, 2025, in which case we only have 4 members of council that are able to consider this. This site-specific amendment bylaw allowed for an anaerobic digester to a maximum height of 30 meters, accessory buildings up to 16 meters, and a flare stack up to 16 meters. All conditions imposed at first reading have been met. I believe 3 weeks ago, council did table this consideration of second and third and asked for some additional information with respect to traffic. And a vehicle trip analysis has been provided in your agenda package, starting at the top of 183. This is the same information that was provided to council through the public hearing process. We're not bringing in any new information. And it just speaks to the proposal making the manure approximately 50% of the amount through the biodigesting process. So resulting from 190,000 tons of manure being reduced to approximately 97 tons of solid digestate. And then it'll be hauled off the site, 20 to 25 trucks per day, 5 days a week over an 8-month window to avoid spring road bans. We have illustrated some of the types of trucks. We didn't have any information in the public hearing, nor was any discussed regarding cattle hauling. And then they've also indicated that they will be trucking the renewable natural gas from the biodigester at approximately 3 trucks a day. So in addition to the 20 to 25 trucks a day, there'd be an additional 3. I don't know if that answers the questions that council had a few weeks ago at the tabling of this application. I'd be happy to try and answer any additional questions. And just so council's aware, we are looking for second and third reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. And yeah, one of the reasons for postponing it was in terms of road contributions. We're not quite there yet. I hate to keep postponing this. I'd like to get it dealt with, but I think if we postpone it one more week, we will have those answers. So that's where I am leaning towards. Deputy Vole,
Motion to postpone
till next week,
till next week, if that works for everybody. But he's not here in 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Why is there a reason for,
3 weeks.
I won't be here in 2
We were
weeks.
to put it on an agenda, and I don't know if we can put it on next week's agenda. So looking at their faces, it looks like no. So we would be looking at the 8th of July, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's doable, providing you won't get your agendas really quickly this afternoon. They're
Okay.
ready to print, so we'll have to reopen that. It's entirely up to council.
Have to reopen. Oh, the agenda for next week. Okay. Okay, so
July 8th.
postpone to July 8th.
July
Is
8th,
that-
if that's acceptable.
Okay. Anybody else? We have the motion to postpone to July 8th. All in favor? There's only the 4. That motion carries. Okay, motion to break for lunch. Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our Foothills County Council meeting on June the 10th. This is the afternoon session, and as Deputy Reeve, I'm chairing because Reeve Seward is away. So Council, if you would please go to item D6, and we will continue with our D items, which this particular one is on page 189. So if you could flip over to that page. We're looking at a development permit application from the Condominium Corporation, and that being Country Lane Estates. So I would defer now over to our director for your explanation of this item, and just wait for y'all to flip over to that in your agenda there.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Reeve. I'm just going to get to the page. Okay, so we have a very comprehensive staff report in this on this item, which is requesting council's consideration of a development permit, a Part A and a Part B of a development permit. This is under direct control number 10, Land Use District Direct Control 10. And as council is the development authority under direct control, it is your responsibility to approve or refuse the development permits. So this is a master development permit for Country Lane Estates, which is consolidating all previously approved development permits under one development permit, which is very, very helpful for everyone, I believe. So in addition to all the previous approvals, they are looking for the multi-use clubhouse, a maintenance garage, a shed, another satellite washroom, and two small 95 square meter utility buildings. That in addition is requesting council's consideration to allow for RV business use, to allow for the operation of home-based businesses or RV-based businesses as well. Those only serve the community. They aren't intended to offer business use to anyone outside of the community. And Part B is different. Part B is proposing winter occupancy for 8 units, and that is between November 1st and March 31st each year. So I have read the entirety of the staff report. It is a very comprehensive staff report. It provides a great deal of detailed information, and council, of course, may have questions about this. Basically, this is following along with the land use application that was contemplating this. However, there is a question. The applicants are requesting that when council considers Part B, that you allow for winter occupancy on a permanent going forward basis. Council did allow in the amending the DC district suggested a minimum of 5 years. So if council is not comfortable with allowing winter occupancy for 8 units going forward for no time end, you have the ability to suggest that it is for 5 years or 6 years or 7 years, up to your discretion. I have a few very slight revisions to the conditions once you get to those components. But I probably best I just stop here and see if you have any questions.
Well, thank you for that overview. And you can see from the report and all the work, there has been a significant amount of agreement and work done by the community. So that is very commendable. And now I'll head over to the Division 7 counselor and ask if you have some opening comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my only comment at this point is that I like on Part B, I like the 5-year term. I'm hoping that this will prove up, but cannot extend it indefinitely until I know for sure that this accommodation to have security in that park is going to work in a proper fashion. I was just looking through the conditions, and I don't know if the Development Authority can answer this or not, but as a condition of approval, fire pits cannot be located under a gazebo or sunroom or within 3 meters of the structure. So when we say fire pit, lots of these, I guess, do we have a clear definition of fire pit? Because there are going to be alternative sources of heat in these, whether they be propane or fake fire pits. And I guess I just worry a little bit about the vagueness of saying fire pits and how that could or could be misconstrued. Thanks.
I don't have a clear definition of fire pit. I don't think we have one in our land use bylaw. So I could get back to you on that to see if there's an intention. I believe that's the condo board's rules as well. So I could get back to you with some clarification on that.
Thank you. And at this time, I'll head over to Councillor Kendall. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just curious, what the previous, what this looked like before there was some of these rules, like the, the minimum of 8 people. Was there more people than that wanting to stay there? Was the maximum lot coverage of 60% kind of not been adhered to? What were kind of the background issues that really prompted this? I think it's great. I think it sets some like nice guidelines for people, and was just kind of curious about some of the stuff that happened.
I don't know if I can answer that. Yeah, I think there are, the condo board is the one who assigns or chooses the individuals that wish to stay over winter. And because it's not easy staying in a RV unit or a mobile park unit through the winter. So they want to make sure these people are capable of handling it, and they have jobs such as snow clearing and dealing with the utilities. It's not just for anybody. I don't know what happened prior to us allowing for up to 8 units to be staying over the winter time period, because it wasn't permitted for anyone to stay there. And most units certainly were only covering 60%. There were some additional structures that were constructed without permission or without the condo board's permission, and that happens. But generally things have been worked through very carefully, and when new things are being constructed, the condo boards has a good handle on process and has been working with the community very closely.
And I was just kind of curious, the additional washroom, I'm assuming that that's where there is washer and dryers, like laundry as well? Yeah, yeah. And maybe showers too, like, 'cause some RV units don't have that.
Great, thank you. Yeah, certainly satisfied with this being comprehensive in addition to this consolidated plan. And I'm wondering if it might be appropriate to ask you at this time then for any edits you were considering sharing with us, and then we can perhaps move this forward.
Thank you. Super minor. So number 3 of conditions of approval. Number 3 states that all unit owners obtain all necessary building and safety code permits and inspections from Foothills County to the discretion of the safety codes officer. A building permit must be obtained for any structures larger than 107.64 square feet or 10 square meters. And that's safety codes. So it says gazebo or sunroom, but it's any structures. So just that changing in wording. And number 8, we're going to add number 8, the recreational vehicle park is open from April 1st to October 31st each year and shall have no occupancy of the units when the park is closed for the season from the dates of November 1st to March 31st each year, notwithstanding section 18.10.6.12 and 18.10.6.13. We're going to add 18.10.6.11 as well. There's 3 sections of the land use bylaw which council amended, which do allow for up to a maximum of 8 units to stay through those November 1st to March 31st period of each year. We just missed a section of the land use district. That's this direct control number 10 district that references that ability of 8 units to stay.
Thank you. So we have those two addition and amendment proposals for 3 and 8. And then perhaps I would head over to Councillor McHugh. Would you like to move this forward? Or would some other councillor like to move this forward to?
Oh, I'm happy to move it over.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to get back to the reference of 18.6.1.
Okay, sure. Do we have a way to read that out?
Yep.
Okay, well, we'll ask for that to be read.
Sorry, what page is that?
196. So under conditions of approval of Part A and conditions of approval of Part B, we reference the land use district. And the conditions of approval of Part A and B referencing section 18.10.6, 11, 12, and 13. And if I believe in your, so I want to add 11 because it's not there.
Okay.
And on the appendices, so we have an emergency management plan. The land use district is actually in your staff report. Page starts on page 237. It's a biggie.
So the point 11 that you're referring to is 240.
I was just looking to see if fire pits were defined in here. But
Okay.
they're not, darn it. So 18.6.
So you've got 11, 12, and 13 on page 240 of our staff
Thank you.
report.
Couldn't find it. Yeah. So 11, 12, and 13, 18, 10, 6, 11, 12, and 13, they do allow for a maximum of 8 units to be occupied during the closure. Subsequent to the master development permit, which is before council today, that they're certified, the recreational vehicles are certified to be habitable for winter, and that the unit owners meet the criteria for long-term occupancy established by the condo corporation. And certification for habitable for winter occupancy is also included in your agenda package as one of the appendices.
Thank you, Director Hemingway. I just wonder, can we add some sort of in recognition of the request for the fire pit definition, can we add something to an advisory requirement or something into the conditions that could just accommodate that? Should we approve this at this time?
Well, the way it's written now, no fire pits can be located under a gazebo or a sunroom or within 3 meters of a structure.
Okay.
Um,
So the question is,
I don't
does
know
it
what I
matter
would add.
what
No.
fuel source it is? It should any fuel source be in that location? So
Again, I'm not sure what direction council wants to go. You want to allow for propane fire pits to be within a gazebo?
Councillor
or
McHugh, would you
something?
like to comment on your thought process there so we can
Mm-hmm.
put this into some form or just leave it as it is?
I don't know which one.
Well, how do we get rid of it? It's a safety codes thing, is it not?
I'm not sure.
Uh,
I'm kind of thinking that a little fire pit in a gazebo is not a great idea, but
well, no, well, for my having been there, it is a completely unreasonable ask. So all I could support is what. So I'm not comfortable with it. I would actually strike it. So I don't know if we actually have a codes problem here. So I just want to make sure I'm on side, but I would have that struck that you can have a fire inside of a gazebo. I just don't know what the safety aspects of saying that are, because in the fall, everybody sits in their gazebo and has afternoon cocktails, and there's definitely a heat source in those buildings if it's chilly outside. So, and they would often look like a fire pit or I don't, these are all.
yeah. And I've just received, excuse me, an email from Director Saulnier who speaks to what an approved residential fire pit is. And I don't know if this rule is, specific to the condo corp or fire code, but it does indicate that a approved residential fire pit has to be a minimum of 4 meters from all trees, including overhead branches, maximum 61 centimeters or 24-inch inside diameter concrete brick or steel fire ring. Fire pit installations associated with decks and patios must apply for building code, comply with building code. Spark arrestor grates, steel mesh not greater than 7 millimeters. There's a lot of rules with fire pits. And maintain mineral soil and non-combustible apron around pit as per county guidance. So perhaps you want to table this and I can speak to the officer to see if this is something that's coming directly from the condo corporation or if this is a rule associated with fire code.
Would it be possible to state a thing such as fire pits must be incorporated according to building code?
Well, I liked where the development authority was going. I'd like to table it
Okay.
and get a little bit more information. And it would be my inclination that a fire pit needs to be, to meet a standard to exist. But more specifically, the additional on that would be going to 18.10.6.13. So while our bylaw states that, or the DC 10 states that it's a maximum of 8, we do not clarify that there has to be a purpose for those 8 units staying. I'm just trying to remember back to that public hearing if that's covered off by the condominium board. But those 8 units basically relate to the fact that there's 8 lanes in Country Lane. And so for security purposes, that was the rationale to have an occupant on each row for security measures and for carrying on the maintenance services and issues, maintenance and servicing required with the park in the winter, as well as security. So I don't know if our bylaw needs to specifically state that because the purpose is not occupancy. The purpose is to provide services to the park for security and maintenance. And I'm just wondering if that should be highlighted in 18.6. Sorry, my computer went blank, 0.13.
Well, we're not reviewing the bylaw right now. We did that previously. Right now, we're dealing with the development permit. So if we want to open up the bylaw, that's a different process. We have to go through another separate public hearing to open up the bylaw.
And also please note, Part B, the approval on page 198 may provide an opportunity for something to be encompassed in that.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's maybe a place where a suggestion might be taken.
It says specifically the approval allows for 8 units to be occupied during the regular park closure between November 1st and March 31st to provide maintenance and security for the park. And then council was suggesting that the term for winter occupancy approval shall be granted for a period of 5 years. And that's on page 198.
So Councillor McHugh, would that be satisfactory to you to accommodate your clarification for the 8 units and perhaps that location? And I guess if you're leaning towards the postponement based on the fire pit aspect, would you like to pause it based on those 2 items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to go for the postponement, but just in relation to page 198, I guess what I'm trying to point out is what we're reading in the approval of the description today does not match what we have written in the bylaw, right? That so this is the development permit. So the development permit states it, but the bylaw doesn't. I just don't want there to be issues down the road.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And we have a request for postponement. And do we have an idea of when?
Well, I think the same issue because we can bring it back as soon as there's an available agenda and we have an answer. So let's bring it back no later than July 8th, hopefully earlier. And we will look for more information with respect to the issue of fire pits.
Thank you. Is that acceptable to everyone? Any comments? Looks like we're a go, and I'll ask the question, all in favor, unless you have something else to add,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, you will not find a gazebo in that park that does not have a heat source or fire pit in it. So that is why this is a very big question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And perhaps that can be noted for the outcome. Thank you. So if everyone's ready, then I'll ask the question for postponement to the next available agenda. And when the questions are answered, no later than July the 8th, all in favor. Thank you. It looks like we are all agreed on that. Thank you. Thank you for that. We're getting close to our 1:30, but why don't we look at some smaller items at this point? Head over to our accounts. So we have the Councillors Alger, Kendall, and Callister, just checking in with you. Is there any questions related to the accounts today? And if someone is ready to move it forward, that's another option to go straight to that as well. Councillor Callister.
I have no questions, Madam Chair, and I will give you the motion to accept the accounts.
Thank you. Any further comments? Not seeing any. All in favor? That motion carries. Thank you, everyone. And we're over to minutes. Is there any edits, comments, or emotion, or all the above for minutes under item I? For June 3rd is the minutes that we're reviewing. Someone like to provide that? Councillor Kendall.
I would give you that motion.
Thank you. Anything else? Not seeing anything. All in favor? The minutes are concluded. Our other items are somewhat complex, so perhaps we can take these 2 minutes and take a little break, and we will come in immediately at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. So welcome back. We are proceeding with our hearing number 3 on our agenda on page 105. And at this time, I will open the hearing for a redesignation on Southwest 2722 west of the 5th Meridian. And I have heard that there is a request for adjournment. So at this time, I would like to go to the applicant's agent, Mr. Badke, and ask if you would please provide comments for council. Just make sure you're unmuted there to proceed when you're ready. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Owl. My name is Jeff Badke, agent for the applicant, landowner Matt and Carrie Losher, and the pit operator, Acon Transportation West Limited. The reason we were requesting a reschedule on this is related to items that have come up in the county's review of the file. This gravel pit, it's a small little gravel pit that has been fully reclaimed, and Acon has received a reclamation certificate for the pit area. We had applied for a redesignation from INR to agricultural district to bring that zoning back. In the county's review of the property, a number of things were noted that are outside of Acon's control and purview and would be more landowner appropriate. And as such, we are requesting a postponement so that the landowner can adequately address these items, including a building envelope, and there's some areas that were affected by the 2013 flood. There are some berms and so on and so forth. So Public Works had indicated they were looking for some more details on that. So that is the purpose of postponement, is to allow us sufficient time to address these items and get solid answers back to the county, and then have that presented to council for their consideration in moving forward with the redesignation.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. And I'll just check in. Is there any questions? We're just hearing the reason at this time. Is there any questions to clarify? I think it was very comprehensive, but perhaps I'll also check and see, is there anyone else that may want to speak to it? I don't see anyone listed. There's no other participants at this time. So can I just verify that there's no other participants? Thank you. And then I would ask our Director Hemingway if you have a proposed date as to when this might be adjourned to.
I'm sorry, Madam Deputy Reeve, you had asked me that, and I'm afraid I don't have one. Planner Salmon, did you speak with the applicant about a potential proposed date to rehear or to reopen the hearing?
Yes, the next available council meeting that we could have this at would be the October 14th meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
October 14th.
Thank you. So it might be a bit of a surprise to hear October, but perhaps the applicant's agent, do you have any concerns with that date, as that has been shared by the planner and perhaps also confirmed by the applicants that they're aware of that?
Yes, I've spoken to both the applicants, and Planner Salmon and I spoke about that yesterday. That date would be more than adequate to allow us sufficient time to address the questions and provide the county with responses to that, and then sufficient time for the county to prepare for that hearing. So October 4th is acceptable on our side of the table.
Thank you. So I'll just check in with anybody from council if there's any clarification needed from our council members. And then otherwise, I would look for a motion towards that adjournment. So I heard October 14th. Did I record that incorrectly? That's correct. 1414. Okay. Is there any other clarifications? We have Councillor McHugh is up first, and then we'll head over to Councillor Callister.
No comments. I was going to use the motion to postpone until October the 14th.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We have that motion before us. Any other conversation, last chance? And yes, and so this motion is to adjourn this hearing, which has been opened, to the date of October 14th, 2026.
So amended.
So not seeing any other commentary, we'll ask for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. So thank you for joining us today, and we hope you have a good rest of your day, Mr. Badke.
Thank you very much.
That went by pretty quick. So we opened a public hearing, did we not? Did we close it? We don't
We're
close it?
adjourning it to another date.
Just adjourning it.
So it
Okay.
it stays open, but it is adjourned.
Got it. Thank you.
We can't.
So thank you. Yeah, so it is a matter that is opened at this point, but thank you for asking that clarification. We are all on the same page here, so much appreciated. So council, moving along then, that matter is concluded for the agenda today.
Sorry, we'll just have to take a quick break to switch meetings.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. We are now going to deal with item D7 on the June 10th agenda. We're looking at a second and third reading to a bylaw, and that's for the Killam on Southwest 07-22-28 west of the 4th Meridian. And I'll ask our director to please give us an overview. Thank you. Oh, actually, before I start, I was very focused. I would like to give the opportunity to Councillor Callister to provide a remark. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I recuse myself through the original public hearing, I will continue to recuse myself through the process. Thank you.
Thank you. We will see you in a while when we're done with the matter. Thank you. So I'll go back over to my request to our director when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Reeve. We are looking for council members to consider second and third reading of the bylaw 10/2026 as all conditions of first reading have been met. So this application was heard on March 25th, 2026, public hearing, and it was attended by Reeve Seward, Deputy Reeve Ohl, Councillor Alger, McHugh, Councillor Estes, and Councillor Kendall. So we are looking at the creation of a new 2.55 acre country residential subdistrict A parcel, leaving a balance of about 28.72. There's also a boundary adjustment with the adjacent parcel that'll increase the 2.55 acre new parcel to 3.38. And it'll decrease that parcel from 4.5 to 3.65. This allows for a panhandle to 80th Street. This application is in Councillor Callister's division. As I stated, all conditions of first reading have been met, and at this point, we are requesting second and third reading of the bylaw. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Hemingway. And now I'd go to members of council for your comments and providing motions for second and third, should you choose. So I would look for your comments. I've reviewed the application again and went back to the original application to see that the conditions are satisfied, and the extensive reports. I just went through those to just confirm that they have been achieved. And I'll head over to Councillor Alger for your comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no concerns with this. This has been a long time coming and back and forth, and let's get her cleaned up. I'll give you the motion for second.
Thank you. We have a motion for second. Any further comments? Not seeing any, so I'll ask the question. All in favor? Second reading. And now for third, is there someone who would provide that? Councillor Estes will provide third reading. Any commentary? Not seeing any. I'll ask the question. All in favor? That motion passes. So council, we're now going to head into subdivision and deal with the matter related to this, which is E3. So if you want to flip over to page 292, I will just get you on the paperwork side there, but also ask for a motion to go into subdivision approving authority, please. Councillor Estes provides that. All in favor? Nope, sorry. Councillor McHugh has a comment. Sorry about that.
Can we call Councillor Callister back, please?
So this matter is related to Councillor Callister?
This is subdivision.
In subdivision, yes. And he has.
From the public hearing for land use, this is subdivision, still peculiar. Okay.
So thank you. So just to clarify, we're moving into subdivision and we're going to deal with item E3 as our councillor has recused himself, and we will deal with that while he's not present, and then we'll deal the other items after that and welcome him back in for those other items. Thank you. So I do need that motion to go into subdivision to be voted on. So I'll ask for your vote. Hang on, are we all here? Yeah, we're all here. In favor of subdivision, please vote. Thank you. All in favor of subdivision. Thank you. We are in subdivision now, and we're going to page 292 of our staff agenda. That would be item E3 in the subdivision approving authority. And I would head over to Director Hemingway now for your explanation of what we're looking at and what we're asking for.
Thank you. As you've stated, we are looking at subdivision, and we have a 31.45 acre parcel and a 4.5 acre parcel. We are subdividing a 2.33 acre parcel from the 31.45, which council just completed the land use rezoning on. And a small portion of the 4.5 acre parcel will be a boundary adjusted into the new parcel in order to create the panhandle for legal access. Council has zoned the parcels appropriately, and we are now requesting subdivision approval. There is an extensive amount of conditions associated with this application.
So if you wouldn't mind reviewing that. So the reason I ask is in the staff report, we have a number of identified issues that need to be brought forward. So it might be helpful for us to just focus on that, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, the identified issues, they're primarily from Public Works and from Alberta Environment, and they have been addressed in the language of the conditions of each one of them. Engineered driveways, engineered construction, and then of course the development agreement to ensure that all construction and utility right-of-ways has been undertaken to the satisfaction of Alberta Environment. So condition number 10 specifically speaks to the concerns of, or to the approval from Alberta Environment with respect to the disturbance of the Class 2 wetlands. And so we asked that we receive some confirmation from Alberta Environment and protected areas as a condition of a development permit that all construction has been achieved in accordance with their requirements. Please note, we are number 14. We've asked council to help us understand what your preference is. We either require all structures to be in compliance with the setbacks of the agricultural land use district, or alternatively to achieve relaxations of setbacks. Really leaving it up to yourselves what you wish to achieve. We do require development permits for the CCAN. And then, of course, we are requesting public reserve in the amount of $41,250 for the 2.55 acre proposed parcel. That does not include the boundary adjusted component, as that was already paid. So I'm not sure that answers your specific questions, but we have included all the concerns associated with Public Works and Alberta Environment in each one of those 18 conditions of approval.
Thank you. There's substantial detail and thank you for reviewing that. So council, we have two requests before us here on page 300. And that would include also a further boundary adjustment. Would you mind speaking to that a little bit? So we have the conditions following, but then we also have the boundary adjustment request in addition to that, as our decision is a twofold decision here today.
Well, it really is one. So a boundary adjustment and the subdivision kind of occur at the same time. They're under the same application. They're under the same approval to create these new property lines. And they're subject to the same conditions.
Okay, thank you. Very good. And so I would look for any comments, motion, any reviews from councillors present. Please let me know. Councillor Kendall, saw you reaching.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I seem to recall, so this is regarding the condition 14 where we have to decide. I seem to recall, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, during the public hearing that the owner stated that these buildings, structures were easy to move and bring into compliance. So unless I'm mistaken, I would, no?
I don't recall that. I think some were and some weren't.
Okay.
So I think if the applicant is able to move buildings, I think that's ideal. But I think we should offer them the opportunity to make the development permit application for the relaxation of setbacks to existing structures that do not meet the requirements. Doesn't mean we approve it. We're just asking them to make the application. And that would be only for buildings that they can't figure out what to meet.
That sounds like a plan. Yeah. So I would give you that option, the first part.
The first one. Yeah.
The first part of 14.
Yeah.
Thanks. So you're moving. So do we need two separate motions? Or can we include them all in the same motion? I just want to be clear.
In the same motion. So the first motion illustrates the part 14A. That would be perfect.
So we have made a proposal here for this motion, which is inclusive of 14A. And that would be to allow the opportunity for a DP. And do I have any other questions for clarification? Not seeing any other questions, so we do have the motion. Do you have any other comments?
I would give you that motion.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Kendall has moved that officially, and with the proposed choice of answering that question, all encompassed in one motion. And I'll ask the question, all in favor? Thank you. That motion carries. And then we would please welcome back Councillor Callister to the table here. And we are in subdivision approving authority here. And we have two other matters to attend to. So Council, if you would move your Agenda item forward, page 279 gives us, hang on, we're going to E1. Sorry, I'll get the page number here quickly. That would be page 255 in the paperwork. Just let me know when you're ready to go. And then I'll ask Director Hemingway to start the commentary, please. So the file we're looking at here is E1, which is subdivision approving authority for Northeast 182201 west of the 5th Meridian for the Butalar family. Thank you.
Thank you. This is an application for subdivision in Councillor Alger's division where we are looking for subdivision approval for two 4.5 acre country residential district lots with approximately 38.96 acre agricultural district balance, inclusive of a 9.02 acres of environmental reserve easement and a little bit of road plan. We have indicated that the applicant will be removing the Quonset structure shown within the road right of way. And that will be done prior to the acceptance of the construction, the extension of 202nd Avenue West, as there is a portion of that road that will be developed for a little bit further west. Also note the environmental reserve easement is over the balance. We want to include a note in the environmental reserve easement that they can have a crossing of that environment. They can construct a driveway across that environmental reserve easement as the land, the ERE does split the balance parcel into two areas. You want to be able to get to the old tree farm. So we'll include that in number 10 condition with respect to the execution and registration of the environmental reserve easement to ensure that it has an ability for a very careful road construction across it, a crossing constructed across it. I have nothing else to add unless council has any specific questions. I'd hope to be able to answer them.
Thank you. I'll call upon the Division 5 Councillor. Councillor Alger, would you like to start the conversation on this?
Sure. Madam Chair, I'm just bringing it up on my map.
Sure.
So I believe we're talking about the getting into the old tree farm place on the, I would call it the southwest end of the ERE is kind of a dry area that could be crossed there. So anyways, as you heard, we did second and third this morning. And I like the new design layout. I like that they're pushing the road up farther to the west, which will encompass a couple of lots on the south side of the road that have not had what I would consider good road access. And then that the existing bulb will be consolidated back into the balance. So have no issues with anything else, including all the conditions. There's lots as usual. And the municipal reserves are there. And I'm okay with that. And the $20,000 allocation contribution to the MRO of the road as agreed to by Public Works. So give you the motion for subdivision, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the motion in front of us for subdivision of this item. Is there any other commentary? Not seeing any. All in favor of subdivision? Thank you. That motion carries. Now we need a motion to exit subdivision approving authority. So would somebody like to provide that for me? Hang on, sorry, I'm ahead of myself. I'm ahead of myself. Okay. We're moving fast, but not that fast. So we are on item E2, which is again subdivision for Southwest 2101 west of the 5th Meridian for the Doyen family. So I'll head over to our director for your explanation, please.
Council just finalized the land use application for this, the bylaw. And now we are doing the subdivision of an 8.5 acre country residential subdistrict A parcel along the west boundary of the lot, leaving an agricultural balance. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a 7.62 acre country residential. I got the number wrong. Leaving the balance of a 32.53 acre agricultural parcel. The agricultural parcel will also contain a strip of environmental reserve easement. The approaches have all been figured out with Public Works. I think we are requesting public reserve on the smaller new parcel in the amount of $21,750 per acre and deferred onto the balance. And then we're also taking road widening along the south and the west boundary of the subject lands. Happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you. So back over to Division 5, Councillor Alger, would you like to start on this one as well?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, no concerns with this. Condition number 9 is the public reserves, and condition 10 speaks to the environmental reserve easement. So I'm fine with both of those and give you the motion for subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion before us. Is there any other comments on the subdivision motion? Not seeing any. All in favor? That motion carries. Thank you. And do you need that motion to come out of subdivision now? Provide that. Councillor Alger provides it. All in favor? All right, council, let's head back to what we have left here. First of all, we've concluded all of our planning matters, but I just wonder, do we have that one other matter that was postponed earlier? Do we have a chance to revisit the D6, or shall we wait a little bit yet? We have that. So do we need an official bring that back on the agenda? We deferred it, we postponed it, but it could be before that time frame. And since we have the answers now, we could deal with it now. So if council would please return to the agenda item that is on D6 is on page 189. If we could all find that page, and we will head back to Division 7 and the condominium master development plan before us. So back over to, unless we need any other official anything, back over to Director Hemingway.
Thank you. Actually, I'd like council to go to page 195 of your agenda, which speaks to Part A Master Development Permit Option 1 approval. And then you go to Part A Approval Description, and it lists a number of bullet points for what we are approving. And it has a pre-release condition and then conditions of approval. And previously council had a discussion around number 3, conditions of approval. And it's just a little, was it number 3? Hang on. Number 4. I had circled number 3, but number 4. So as opposed to the language that's in your staff report, fire pits cannot be located. We are going to suggest this change. All fire pits, wood burning and propane shall comply with the requirements of the applicable building safety and fire codes at all times, and location of fire pits shall be reviewed and approved by the Condominium Corporation Board. So it's general, but very, very lot of rules. But that allows for us to ensure that we meet our municipal requirements, as well as ensuring that the condo board's ultimate authority with respect to location is approved.
Over to you, Councillor McHugh.
Yeah, I had that circled. All structures.
Motion to approve with the suggested amendment from the Development Authority on conditions of approval point 4.
Thank you. And may I also suggest there was an addition and edit to structures on 3 as well, and the additional section to number 8. So are you agreeable to those as well? There was an additional item that was cited on number 8 as well, that 0.11. And then under number 3, there was the removal of gazebo and sunroom, and it was the word structures was added by the director. So those 3 items.
Okay, so where are you looking?
So I'm on the conditions of approval, so page 196, and we had just looked at 4. So just above that on number 3, Director Hemingway had mentioned a slight edit that essentially a building permit must be obtained for any structures as opposed to what was just listed as 2, gazebo or sunroom. So that would be item 3.
So for 3, your amendment was what?
Okay, so we're in the second sentence. a building permit must be obtained for any, instead of gazebo or sunroom, we're suggesting, or it was suggested to us to add the word structures. So it wouldn't limit you to that.
Okay, I'm amenable to that. Yeah.
Okay, and then the last one is on number 8. So if you scroll down to number 8, there was a slight edit to add essentially what we looked at when we looked at the land use bylaw land use portion that's an appendix to this report. And it was to add, so we have the very final number 12 and 13, and we're adding 11. So 11, 12, and 13 under the section 18, which all relate to this specific land use.
Yep.
Okay, so I can just clarify that that's all included in your motion then.
Yes.
Thank you. And we do have a question forthcoming. So Councillor Alger, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of clarity, under advisory requirements, number 11 is the same as number 4 in conditions. So we strike that. Nice catch.
Let's just get rid of that one.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're deleting number 11 in advisory requirements. Thank you for all the combing of details here. So thank you, everybody. So we're deleting that one just to not be repetitious. Thank you. And then part B we'll deal with next. So this is part A, and I think we're fairly clear. We have the 3 edits and the removal of a duplication under advisory, which was number 11. Is there any other clarification that anyone would like to seek on that? Not seeing any, I'll ask the question. All in favor? That motion carries. And then we still have to deal with part 2, part B, winter occupancy. So back over to you, Councillor McHugh. Or do you want to have a little bit of a recap?
The recap. So
Okay.
part B is for the allowing for a maximum of 8 units to be occupied during the regular park closure from November 1st to March 31st each year, to provide maintenance and security for the Country Lane Estates Recreational Vehicle Park. Approval descriptions speak to 8 units, the term from November to March, and council, the winter term shall be granted for a 5-year period from the date of this approval. And then also on number 2, conditions of approval, we're also going to include 18.10.6 and 11.
Okay.
18.10.6.11 in addition to 18.10.6.12 and 18.10.6.13. And that
Okay.
is it.
Over to Councillor McHugh.
So moved as described.
Thank you. Any clarification, comments, or questions? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with this, but I just have to say I missed my opportunity for an emergent item, for all new developments to have, my wish to have a bat bylaw. So I realize this has really, this would have been such a great opportunity for my bat bylaw to take effect, but I have missed the boat. I have missed the boat for the poor bats. I apologize to the bats, but perhaps my bat bylaw can get some traction soon.
Okay, they've left the barn. Yeah. Thanks for that. Thank you for the humor. So we do have a motion before us from Councillor McHugh. Is there any other comments in relation to the motion? No,
but if he could amend his motion until I get my bat bylaw on the books, but he seems to be like chomping at the bit to just charge forward. So what can I say?
There has been a lot of work done by the board and all consultant and members, so we give them a lot of recognition on that. So we do.
Apparently, my voice is being lost somewhere in the wilderness. They're not getting my desire for the bat. So apparently, I have to be a little more forceful here.
Yes, or yes, or yes. We'll deal with that one after. But thank you, Councillor Estes. You're up.
Thank you to the chair. I was just going to suggest maybe we go in after the fact and just give them a bunch of bat boxes.
There you go. There's the friendly approach as well. Thank you. So I will call the question now. All in favor of part B? That is carried and we are concluded. So that is a nice outcome. The citizens do not have to wait for that to come back on the agenda. And thank you to everybody who worked behind the scenes to come up with that and to our director for finding a solution. Thank you for that. So we are now into the last matters on our agenda, like on the bottom of page 2. I think the best place to start perhaps is committee reports, and then we have a closed session. We might do that after. So we'll do our open committee reports and then we'll head into closed after that. So I will start with the opposite side, perhaps. We'll start with Councillor McHugh. Would you like to begin your committee reports?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No formal committee reports to report on. And just a developers meeting on the 8th outside. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. And over to Councillor Estes. Please go ahead with committee report.
Thank you to the chair. I have one. I attended the CRAS AGM yesterday and am pleased to announce that we are staying on as a board member. And it was quite interesting. Lots of discussion and an opportunity to voice some thoughts on what they could do to perhaps help us out. I suggested that they maybe come up with some ideas on units that municipalities could use for air quality in certain areas that would be CRAS approved, or at least the outcomes from the units, the data would be approved. And I attended the Diamond Valley, but I will let, sorry, I was
okay.
the alternate, so I will let others speak on that one. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. And I'll just add a couple of things here. On June 4th, I had a Foothills Regional Emergency Services Commission meeting. We all were participants and was reported on earlier today in Public Works, the Diamond Valley Parade. So thank you to everybody and to council members and Assistant Stanley and the departments. It's been great to have you guys on board for that. Also attended a Fish Creek Water Co-op, which I just want to say that it's a new entity that's investigating options. And this is a citizen initiative. This is not a county project at this time, but we're listening to ideas. So just clarifying that. And June the 8th, I had another Foothills Regional Emergency Services Commission meeting. And on June 9th, also as was stated, I attended the Diamond Valley Foothills County Intermunicipal Committee meeting. And at that meeting, we had a number of items that were very interesting to hear about, including the potential cemetery expansion. And it was proposed to us from an investigation from the committee that we consider acknowledging the committee's recommendation and then also move forward with a potential of looking into the boundary adjustment to include the two parcels which are side by side currently, as they would provide quite an efficiency and opportunity for the cemetery to be very well positioned. So I think that was a good discussion. We also discussed the intermunicipal development plan amendment request that came in from a developer from the area of Diamond Valley, and we considered the request and also appreciated the offer, but we continue to move forward with our plans as we are working together collaboratively with each of the two municipalities jointly participating in a timeline according to our terms of reference, and we will engage with that with essentially a start time in 2027. And we did invite the the person who put forward the company and persons who put forward the amendment request. We did invite them that they would be able to participate in the process when that time does come forward. So that's everything from that report there. And then, of course, we have other things that we're working on together, but I'll leave some others for the other attendees. So moving over now over to our Councillor Alger for any reports you'd like to share at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had no official duties. I had lots of unofficial duties, but nothing official last week. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. And over to Councillor Callister. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had no official duties last week, but I would like to make mention of a couple of non-official ones. Friday, I had the pleasure of attending the ribbon cutting ceremony at the Field House, which is now going to be called the Tenfold Field House, in collaboration with Team Up, and look forward to all of the sporting events they're going to be doing for the youth of our community. Saturday, sorry. I've got ribbon cutting, that's official? Okay, good. Well, there you go. And then Saturday, Diamond Valley Parade was a lot of fun. Seeing all the people there. I had a breakfast and then we went through the parade and handed out candy to all the kids, and it was a great time. And then we went to myself and a couple other counselors went to the Medieval Fest in Millerville, which was also pretty enjoyable. Got to watch one of our counselors' sons in the suit of armor doing battle. So that was an adventure, to be sure. And then on Monday, I just attended a development meeting with Blue Stem at the Carmody Golf Course with several developers with current and future visions for Division 6, which was also very informative, which you will all be hearing more about soon.
Thank you for your report. Over to you, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the Diamond Valley Parade was lots of fun. I have to say, my first parade with Councillor Estes and Councillor Callister and Deputy Revol. And the Medieval Festival was well worth it. The price of admission is very entertaining to see everybody's costumes. I too attended the Fish Creek Water Co-op information meeting at the Prittis Hall with Deputy Revol and Reeve Seward. And more remains to be heard on what's going on there. On the 9th, I attended the Diamond Valley IMC, which Deputy Revol has already summarized very well. Yes, I was interested in the cemetery, how to dispose of an MR. Be interesting to see how that process plays out, if it does. And I think that was it for me.
Very good. Thank you. And over to perhaps, I don't know if our Assistant Stanley sometimes has an update for us. Is there anything today? Nothing today. Thank you. Over to Manager Barrett. Do you have anything for us today?
Nothing for me today either.
Thank you. Over to CAO Payne. Is there anything for today? Open session.
Not a lot in open. I guess the reports provided for the committees that I had attended were already well covered. Just a reminder for council that there is a valve turning ceremony tomorrow at 2 p.m. in Okotoks. And this is a ceremony to acknowledge the work that's taken place on our sub-regional water system between Foothills County and the town of Okotoks. It's located in Okotoks. We'll be meeting at the Operations Center and then walking over from there for anybody who is able to attend. And that's all that I've got.
Thank you. Over to you, Director Hemingway. Is there anything you have to add? Thank you. One more from Councillor Kendall. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just forgot to mention Amber the Fox is in town. He will be at Square Butte Hall at the Fire Smart event Sunday, 10 a.m. Don't be
10
late
a.m.
because you don't want to miss Amber the Fox. Yes, June. He is making a rare public appearance, so don't miss it.
Excellent. And just to vlog that for sure, June 10th or June 14th at 10 a.m. Okay, very good. Thank you for reminding us. That's excellent news. And this is an epoch in the time of Foothills County to welcome Amber. Thank you. Thank you. That concludes our committee report matter on the agenda, and we do have some closed session items. So I would take a motion to go into close. And just for everybody watching, there will be no other matters related to the agenda after that, just so you know. And I will take that motion to go into close. Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor? We are in closed session. Thank you. Welcome back. We have one motion arising out of our closed session. I would head over to Councillor Callister. If you would like to recite that motion and make that motion, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make the motion to authorize administration to obtain consulting assistance to undertake preliminary engineering for a roundabout and associated draft offsite levy bylaw for future council consideration.
Thank you. Does anyone have any discussion points they'd like to raise on that? Not hearing any or seeing any, I'll ask the question. All in favor? That motion carries. And then the last motion, unless there's any other matters from council members, I'm not seeing any hands going up or buttons pushed. I would take a motion for adjournment at 3:20. That'd be Councillor Estes to adjourn. All in favor? Thank you. And have a great rest of your day, everyone.